I'm sorry.
If you would like to get your song reviewed, dear listener, there's the Filthy Capitalist option. As Sorry says, 125 gets you straight to the head of the line. You don't have to be a part of the alliance. You don't have to be part of the group.
Wait a minute.
And skip and jump right in front of everybody. 125 gets you 3 times and then get mashed down to the $75 rate for perpetuity.
Yes!
Also, there is a band review option. So if you've got a band and you're trying to get your band some exposure, hit me up at itsorry@gmail.com and I'll show you the details about how to pull that off.
You can also jump on Patreon and there is a option on the tiers to be able to get your band reviewed. Yep. Obviously, we can't lie to you, so we can't guarantee a positive review. Get what you get.
It's just rubbish.
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 That's British for garbage.
My favorite is the community option. $1 at the gate gets you in at Patreon. You get to join an alliance. The alliance joins their points together, and that helps determine what songs that we do.
The alliances hang out on Discord.
Message me on Patreon to get the link.
And they do all kinds of other cool things. They do Minecraft. Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. It's really a community within the community. Anybody can go in the village, facebook.com/VinandSorry. There's 160,000+ people on the channel. What's cool about the Discord is that it offers a real opportunity for community connection, friendship, that type of thing.
And it's on Discord, so if you're not a Facebook person, it's for you.
You start off at $1.
Right.
Plus you get exclusives. Sorry and I are working on a song. So the first 15 seconds of that was on Patreon. Also, at $15 tier and above, when we actually debut the video, they're going to be there live with us. There you are, dear listener.
Buy merch.
They say humans are social animals. They can't live alone. But you can live pretty well by yourself. I tell you, instead of feeling alone in a group, it's better to have real solitude all by yourself.
You can hear us now, dumb butts. Good thing that we've got people in the comment section that have our backs and let us know when we're just talking into the air.
Yeah.
Like dumb butts.
Okay, let's start over. You guys, DJ Mojo is up tonight, and he has an entire album review for us. We're doing
entire album review.
Savatage. Are you gonna bring up the Trello for me to read?
Yeah.
Full album, you guys. I was gonna tell you the name of the album, but I guess we'll get there.
We're gonna do an entire record, y'all. We're gonna do an entire record. So you've got streams, then you've got DJ streams, then you've got mega streams, and then you've got entire album reviews from a single band, from the first song on the record to the last song on the record. We have had band-centric nights, like for example, we had The Warning.
Yes.
We've done 2 nights where all the songs were for that band, The Warning. Incredible girl band, I think, from Mexico. So we've done that, but it wasn't like a full Warning record.
Yeah.
This is the full record. I'll tell you the name of the record in a second. From start to finish, so you get the entire feel of what it's about. Go ahead. What were you going to say?
No, I'm waiting for Trello because what I want to know is the name of the album. I know it's Dead Something. There's 3 words to it.
Dead Something.
Dead something something or something something
dead.
Dead
Something
or
something dead.
Dead something. Dead is in the title though. Okay.
Here is the intro.
So he says
for this record.
All right. Okay, I'm just gonna start at the beginning so people have an understanding of how it's getting broken up. No?
I would just start with, I've been listening to this album a lot.
All right. DJ Mojo says, I've been listening to this album a lot lately. It was written almost 30 years ago about a conflict very few even remember today, but it could have been written yesterday, as not much has changed with world affairs over the last 30 years. Dead, Winter, Dead. Okay, fair. See?
Okay,
3 words with the word dead in
the
it.
album we're reviewing is Dead, Winter, Dead.
It's the
from
9th.
Savatage.
Yeah, go for it.
What did you title the stream?
I put the title correctly in the stream. It's just I've been doing other things. Like when you switch from like work to where the frig is the bottle again, and
True.
I'm running around trying to find the bottle, then I
True.
forget everything.
True.
Okay, so Dead, Winter, Dead is the name of the album. It's the 9th studio album released by Savatage. Released in 1995, it is the first real Savatage record recorded by the band since the band's lead guitarist and co-founder, Chris Oliva, was tragically killed in 1993. The previous, R.I.P. to the homie. The previous record was basically Jon's first solo album, as he and his singer Zak Stevens were the only 2 Savatage members to play on the record.
When the pre-production began for this record, Dead, Winter, Dead, drummer Steve Doc Wacholz, who had taken a temporary leave of absence from the band for personal reasons before Chris Oliva's death, decided not to return. So Jon had to find a new drummer and guitar player. At the suggestion of Zak Stevens, he hired drummer Jeff Plate, a former bandmate of Zak's from a band Wicked Witch out of Boston, Mass.
Okay, we're familiar with Boston.
Hiring a new guitar player was a bit more complicated. Back in the 80s, when producer Paul O'Neill first began working with Savatage, one of the first major changes that Paul made was to have the band hire a rhythm guitar player for live performances in order to thicken their sound. It was a controversial decision that took Chris Oliva a while to warm up to. Back in the 80s, most guitar players had gunslinger attitudes about them, and Chris was no different. As far as he was concerned, there was only one guitar player in Savatage. The band hired Chris Caffrey as a touring rhythm player, a young guitarist whom Paul had known and worked with in New York. Caffrey would work as a hired gun for both the Hall of Mountain King and Gutter Ballet tours. He was invited back for the Streets tour, but opted out as he wanted to be more than just a hired gun, and it was made clear that just wasn't going to be an option for him in Savatage.
When Jon stepped down as the frontman for Savatage after the Streets record, he continued working with Chris Caffrey on a side project, Dr. Butcher. You reacted to 2 of these songs, so in 1995, Chris Caffrey was the most logical choice to replace Chris Oliva. Chris agreed to come back as an official member of Savatage. Then the band's label, Atlantic Records, stepped in to muddy the waters. Atlantic was concerned that without a guitar player with some name recognition, they would have a harder time relaunching the band without Chris Oliva. They insisted a second guitar player be hired who had some name recognition. The decision was made to hire Al Petrilli as a second guitar player. Petrilli had a solid resume at the time, having worked with a number of most notably Alice Cooper and Dee Snider. Also, Caffrey and Petrilli had known each other in New York as working musicians. So it seemed like it would be a good fit, and it was.
Dead Winter Dead is a very guitar-oriented record, and I think that was done purposely. I think there was a lot of pressure put on the band regarding how they would continue after Chris Oliva's death, and I think Jon was determined to make a statement this record that Savatage would continue on. Add to that, this was the first time the band ever worked with 2 lead guitar players in the studio. It's no surprise that many of the songs ended up being very guitar-driven. I think there was a friendly competition between Chris and Al, and I think the competition worked to the benefit of the album as a whole.
If I had to make one complaint about this record, it is producer Paul O'Neill's decision to make Chris and Al's guitar tones so indistinguishable. Both players' styles are very similar, so it's pretty much impossible to determine who is playing solo, which solo. And there are many solos. Some songs may have very little lead guitar and a few have 4 or 5 solos, or an extended solo. And a few of these solos, I suspect Chris and Al are trading back and forth, but it's impossible to tell for sure.
Dead Winter Dead is the second concept record Savatage has recorded. At its core, it's an anti-war record, but told using the Bosnian War as a backdrop, which happened in the early 90s after the fall of the Berlin Wall and the Soviet Union. I'm neither a historian nor a scholar, but I did attempt to educate myself a bit about this conflict in preparing for this stream. It's a rabbit hole that goes all the way back to the 7th century. It's very confusing, and honestly, I'm not sure I know anything more about the conflict than I did when I started working on this stream.
Mojo, that's what happens to me when I'm looking into that stuff.
What I do know is that after the Berlin Wall came down, the collapse of the Soviet Union destabilized many of the communist-controlled countries that, while not part of the Soviet Union, were still under its influence. This includes the Yugoslavia. It's my favorite country. I always talk about Yugoslavia. Everybody's like, "Hey, don't worry, Yugoslavia, bitch." The communist government in Yugoslavia failed. For a time, it looked like that might be the country's benefit, but the sense of optimism didn't last. It didn't take long before old grudges and perceived sides quickly arose, and the country splintered into, I think, 6 factions. Those factions were divided on ideological and theological lines. This quickly escalated from heated exchanges amongst politicians to outright violence in the streets, with neighbors killing neighbors, and then outright civil war and ultimately ethnic cleansing on a massive scale. If anyone from this region listens to this, I apologize. What little I know of what happened could be completely off the mark. That's enough backstory, I think, and probably too much, so let's go.
Okay, all right. Quickly escalated. Let's go. Oh,
yes, dear listener, the war in Bosnia.
You guys, my headphones, like the pair that I had like this, they broke, and then I had these in my ears, and I went to get up literally right before the stream started, and one of them fell out straight into my tea. It's still working though, so yay for Apple products.
Do you hear the ringing?
No, I blew into it really hard and it stopped ringing.
All right, dear listener, here we go.
Lies. It just
Hey,
ringing.
Canada Rocks in the house. Song number 1, Overture or Sarajevo. Man, I haven't heard the term Sarajevo in such a long time. Almost as long as I haven't heard the term Yugoslavia. All right, dear listener, here we go. Overture Sarajevo.
Let's check it out.
Savatage, song number 1. Let's do it.
Oh, actually, sorry. That was just the intro. We have to go to song 1 first.
Did you hear it?
No, I don't hear it. Pause.
Okay, it's paused. That's the movie, right?
It's muted.
Yeah, what's the problem?
Yes, Mojo. We're going to go back to that commentary. I apologize.
Oh, that's right. Isn't there something we're supposed to read before?
Yeah, because that was the intro, and then I added, I think, that entire intro to the description of this video, so
Okay.
that should be good. Yeah, it sounds like a hero. Do. All right, sorry, your arm's too heavy. It's just too muscular on my leg.
Talk to the people.
So if you guys want to make an amazing cup of tea, I'm going to tell you how to make it. Okay? You've come to the right place. First, I'm going to show you which one to start out with. This one is the bomb. If you can get your hands on some of this tea, it's amazing. So it's Tetley British Blend. You take one of these tea bags, you put it in your cup. You get your water up to 212 degrees. Microwave, and you microwave it, depending on how great your microwave is, for 30 seconds, 45 seconds, or a minute, just depending. If you don't want it boiling over. Then you take it out, let it steep for a couple more minutes. Then you take 2 heaping scoops of brown sugar. That's sugar with molasses in it for those of you who are uninitiated. And then you mix that in, and then you add cream into it. Just enough to make it nice and creamy. And then you'll have an amazing cup of tea. You won't regret it. But you have to microwave it for that extra time, otherwise it doesn't taste as good.
Did you really just do that?
Cheers. Yeah, I have no comment section. I can't get it up. Yes, Mojo, we will be looking forward to starting this on.
What's good? Hear
It's
that?
working.
I fixed it. All right.
I knew you would. I believed in you.
That was just the intro, you losers.
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
Okay,
here
wait.
we go.
I gotta
So
read-
very
I gotta
happy
read
and
that.
proud of myself that I solved that
So
problem.
am I.
I'm the man.
And
Yeah.
You kept relatively calm about it. Actually, you kept completely calm about it.
Yeah, that's right.
Where's Vin? Who are you?
Okay. All right.
All right.
Oh,
Yeah.
we got to play tracks 1, 2, and 3 together.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes,
Okay.
but that first link has all three together.
Gotcha.
So he says, if you listen to the Streets stream, this record starts out very similarly. The first 3 tracks serve as a prologue and set the table for the story that will be told. I knew it. I had a feeling we were going on a journey.
Yeah.
All 3 songs flow into one another without stopping. The link I've provided plays all 3 tracks. Overture is a short instrumental piece that sets the mood.
Dark.
Us.
Sarajevo said I used to come home from school and hear about Sarajevo.
What is it?
Every day for a while.
Is it a person?
Europeanish, Eastern, some plate type country where we were in jihad during the Clinton administration. It's very, very fuzzy to me, but my mom always had the news on. You'd hear about Sarajevo,
Really?
Sarajevo
Okay.
every day. And I thought it was such a cool word, Sarajevo. Yeah, especially had a J in it. I thought, like, those people must be badass. I figured they all wore leather jackets. I don't really know what the leather jackets had to do with anything, Mojo, but we continue. Sarajevo sets the stage where this tragic tale will be told. A square at the city's center where a gargoyle has been sitting at the top of a church. Belfry at the corner of the square watching, pondering and struggling to understand human emotion for a millennium. Oh, so the gargoyle is trying to figure out
Human emotion.
beings. Yeah, for like 1,000 years.
This is the time tells of the struggle of the Yugoslavian people to survive through their tumultuous history and coming out on the other side and feeling the jubilation of being free for the first time in their history at the fall of the Berlin Wall and the collapse of the Soviet Union. It is told through the eyes of 2 people who do not know one another.
Sir Jon Aleskovic.
A young Serbian man, and Katrina Brasic,
Yeah.
young Bosnian woman. Both are celebrating their newfound freedom with their fellow countrymen and women. They can't believe their good fortune to be alive and young at such a historic moment.
Yeah, I think it's either one or the other. The Bosnians were Muslims and they got eradicated by the Serbs, or it was vice versa. But they basically did a really brutal ethnic cleansing. It was Slobodan Milosevic, all those people, I think.
Okay.
If I'm
But-
hearing right.
So
But
we're
hopefully.
so
well,
let me understand correctly. We have a fictional story about a historical event.
Right. I think this would be an example of
Ryan.
historical fiction.
Go to bed.
I don't know. Yeah, but it's a Romeo and Juliet because one of them's a Serb and one of them's Bosnian, right? But they currently don't know each other yet. So that should be interesting.
I see what you're saying. Okay.
Bosnians and both Serbian and Muslims. Yeah, but wasn't one like majority Muslim and it was basically like a Islamic genocide almost to a degree? All right, guys, here we go. Songs number 1 through 3. That's sort of the context. Let's do this shit. You ready?
Yes, let's try it out.
Overture, Sarajevo, and This Is the Time. Let's do it.
If I tap you and point down, it means you need to turn my headphones down. Do you know how to do that?
Yeah.
Okay.
go.
In the town of Sarajevo, there's an old medieval square. There's a church aside one corner, most believe was always there. It was built 1,000 years before any now were born, and its glory was its belfry with its stones all gray and worn. Now there's a gargoyle on that belfry, and he's been up there for years, and he's watched and he's pondered what is laughter, what are tears, and he's never found his answers as he sees the years go by. But he watches and he wonders with his stone unblinking eyes. Watching in silence, I hesitate. It was not in the plans. All of our lives we could only wait. It was out of our hands, and every war where we took the day, it was all in our heads. And though in the dark we dreamed at night, they were better unseen. But this is the time, and this is the place, and these are the signs that we must embrace. The moment, the time has arrived, and this is the one place to
Okay, I cut it. It's off.
Yeah, I don't know why it's doing that.
Crackly.
Yeah, do you think it's the link? Well, you know what? I downloaded the full album. You could throw the full album up there, and
Hold on. I don't know if it's I don't know if it's the copy of what we downloaded or if it's if we're having connectivity issues. You know how when it gets chippy the visual slows down.
Yeah. Is it slowing down though? It's not.
Let's go back. 'Cause that was a pretty epic freaking.
Yeah. It has like such a big sound. Like you feel like you're like the theater has opened. You're about to watch a play take place.
And now the floodgates will open.
Yes, no, the floodgates.
Okay, let me hear it again.
Moment is now.
Huh?
The time has arrived, and this is the one place.
What?
The entire reason I rewound it is that build up was so freaking crazy.
Moment is now in all
How do you hear this build up?
Yeah, me too.
The time has arrived, and this is the one place to be.
There. Right there.
We placed our years in the hourglass. They were never undone, and we seemed destined to watch them pass. It was never our turn, but this is the time, and this is the place, and these are the signs that we must embrace. The moment is now in all history. The time has arrived, and this is the one place to be.
Definitely a guitar drift record. Definitely a guitar. All right, that was the first 3 songs. What's going
What's
on?
up,
DJ Nick in the house. The night belongs to the big homie DJ Mojo. I think I figured out the mystery of the
Audio.
the skippity audio.
Oh my god.
It was the lyric. I was trying to get the lyrics,
Yeah.
but it was one of those websites where they autoplay a video.
Oh.
You know how like you go to certain websites that autoplays a video?
Yeah.
So it was muted, but like the audio was
Yeah.
fighting, and then it would start making the website chippy.
Yeah.
Then we'd start slowing down. So when I clicked out of that website, 15 seconds later, it evened itself out. So I'm like,
Okay.
all right. So we're not going to have to deal with this for the whole
Good.
night. Sorry,
I'll
Mojo.
tell you what. That was so epic. And the way that they were like making the guitar whine, the way that the stuff was layered and stacked,
I'm glad.
he's got a great voice.
I usually don't like when people like
That's playing out loud. I don't know if that's what your goal is. But
What's playing out loud?
the background music.
Yeah.
Not
I
in the
mean-
headphones, like playing in the studio.
It's playing in the room.
I have no issue with it. I
Like
mean, I'm
you
just
keep
saying.
like,
I don't have the headphones in anymore.
but you still hear it.
It's playing in this room.
Is it because it's bleeding through the headphones?
Coming right from there. But it doesn't really matter. Let's
Oh,
just
I've
talk
put-
about this
I've-
awesome song. Okay, I agree with you,
I
Mojo.
put that
about
in the aggregate device.
okay,
See what I'm saying?
so this is what you're saying.
Do multi-channel thingamajig here.
Okay,
I'll fix it. when
I-
go to the aggregator. Go ahead.
oh man, I really enjoyed it. I think that it definitely had like a sort of, it had like an 80s rock sound
Right,
in
take it
there.
out.
What's that?
You don't hear anyone
No,
in the room.
no, I don't.
All right.
I mean, I liked it in the room. I didn't care about it.
Fixed it.
Thank you. So it had like an 80s rock to it, right?
Oh
got
yeah,
those influences for sure.
Well, what I was gonna say was, it felt like a movie. It felt like the soundtrack to a movie, especially like that last song. The way they did the build up, and then the way they had the guy play the note while the guy is like carrying the song. Like, I don't know. I just feel like those bands like knew how to do drama. They knew how to build drama and be theatrical.
Yeah.
Which is one of the things I actually really like about your vocal style. It's like there's like, especially when you're like in a confident mood, there's like a
Yes,
real
there's a difference. It's
real
like two different people. It's very
theatrical,
weird.
but there's a theatrical aspect
Yeah,
to it
it's fun. Yeah.
that you know.
Yeah.
But I just don't think like, you know, like
At first,
I
it
can't
was so
see like
theatrical it
Nirvana.
would scare the kids.
It's true. I can't see like Nirvana doing this. You know what I'm saying? Like you have to.
Yeah, I mean,
You have to really like be the way that they're able to do that with the harmony of the guitar and the vocalist with that kind of like late 80s 90s rock, like just super talented.
Yes,
But a lot of times it's corny though, but this time it wasn't for me.
I think that's probably one of my favorite styles of guitar playing is like the 80s rock sound.
Yeah,
Like,
it was
if I'm
definitely
like by myself and I'm like, oh, let me listen to something, I'm not like, ooh, let me put on some 80s rock guitar. But when I hear it playing, I'm like, I like that. I like that vibe. It's same, like, when was Guns N' Roses?
Yeah.
Right about that time too, right?
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
that's what I thought. Like, I'm like, vibes to me like Guns N' Roses, but
yeah, like sonically it's incredible.
shout out to their label for
And, like-
blocking every Guns N' Roses review we've ever done.
Block it. They copyright struck us.
That's right, they
We
did.
got a copyright.
We almost
strike.
got the channel shut down.
Yeah,
Because we had put out so many of them, and then all of a sudden they were like, hey, wait, this reaction channel, you should strike them all at one time.
Right, yeah. Yeah, we were at like 28,000 subs.
Racism!
Racism! Something!
Yeah, so I at the beginning of the story, we're talking about a gargoyle that's watching as
Yeah.
this man and woman, which is basically like a Romeo and Juliet.
Well,
Is there on uploading?
he's been studying humans for 1,000 years, right? Because he's been a gargoyle
Right,
out there
stuck up there.
so he's watching like for thousands of years. Like, so human condition, you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, it's the emotions of humans is what he's specifically looking at.
no, I
That's
just,
what,
I just think, you know, he's talking about seeing their triumphs and their failures and their this and their that, just like observing.
Oh, yeah.
Setting up a character that is a sort of like disconnected observer that then kind of becomes the narrator. So like, you know, like when you're reading a story, or especially if it's being narrated by somebody, there's a sort of like omniscience that's given to that character. Because think about it, like the narrator knows like the inner thoughts of all the characters.
Right.
He knows what people are thinking when they're not saying it. And so like sometimes like you got to find a way to justify how does this person have all this knowledge. So it's like, oh, this gargoyle has been studying us for 1,000 of years. So when the gargoyle starts making commentary on human nature, or like you're seeing the rest of the record through those eyes or whatever, like that's where he gets his credibility from, because he's been watching us for 1,000 years. So that's why he's able to tell you. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I used to think when I was a kid, it's kind of a weird thought, but I used to think, I wonder what these walls think about my family.
Right. If these walls could talk.
Yeah.
Right. So that kind of sets up the setting for the song, which the song actually,
it's such a great opener too, because it already makes you feel like excited about what the story's gonna be, like where are we gonna go. Like I don't even like the Romeo Juliet story has been done a lot of times from my vantage point, and I'm not even that, you know, like I'm not even that into like a bunch of literature, but I've seen it played a bunch of times. But even still, the way that they presented it and presented it to us, the stage is set for a great story. You feel it, you hear it. It's such a vibe. I gotta plug in my phone too, but yeah.
Gary Duggar says, "Man, I will forever love this album. I was deployed to Bosnia literally a year after this came out. Love you guys always. The best reactions. Thanks for what you do." No, thanks for what you did, bro. So like I was watching Dude when I used to come home from school.
Sorry. Go ahead.
No, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like I used to come home from school and Dude, like that was a big subject matter. So it's like a crazy thing to like Gary was one of those people I was like watching when I was a kid at school. Like that's incredible.
Oh wow.
That's incredible.
Oh wow, okay.
But it just goes to show like what music does. Like this has been Mojo's favorite record for recently, you know what I'm saying? And then I was very interested in the whole Sarajevo situation, and then we got somebody that was actually deployed down there. Like
and I've always been fascinated with the Romeo and Juliet story, so
it's just crazy. Like
something for everyone.
we would have never met each other in that like triangulated fashion without the metal. Like that's just crazy to me.
So I agree with Ian. Romeo and Juliet is truly groundbreaking though. It is so cute. It's the cutest little, it's, you know, the gnomes, like Mr. Man.
Yes, I know. The little roughly.
Yeah, the whole story is gnomes. It's a Romeo and Juliet story of the gnomes. Oh, it's so cute. Anyway, although I have to say, you know, Vin, you'll appreciate this. There is a gnome that's wearing a thong, and I find that to be like way over the top for a kid's movie. Because it's like, here comes this gnome and he's like dancing down the screen in his little
wearing a thong?
Yeah. I'm sure that there was really those gnomes, and some of them had like, you know, some people are weird about stuff like that. They think it's funny, I guess, or whatever. I don't know. I think it's weird to like have that on a kid's film. I'm like, why would you do that? And then the kids are like, ew, Mom, it's a butt. Why? I'm like, they did the same thing in Boss Baby. Anyway, it doesn't matter. So I'm excited. The stage is set, you guys. Track number 4 is up next, and we're gonna get to see where this story is going, and if they're able to keep up the height of the excitement in the instruments, and I hope that they do.
I hope that the gargoyle comes back as a character.
I thought he was.
You see what I'm saying? Like
I thought he's the whole.
I'm saying I hope that's what happens. I don't know if that's real or not, but I hope that that's what's going to happen.
Well, we'll see.
All right, dear listener, what do you give that whole segment? I'm taking that as one unit.
I know you're going to think that this is the thing, and I was arguing with myself about this, because I don't think it's right to start something off with a 10, but it was just, I loved it, and I don't feel it could have been improved upon. Like the only thing I think would have made it better is to see it live. because how many instruments are involved in this, and I would love to see them all just expressing themselves through their instruments, like how you were explaining how it's an extension of the person and stuff. So yeah, I'd like to see that. So yeah. I mean, 9.7 for Ben Bear. It's definitely high.
It's gonna be a 9.6.
9.6. Okay.
Yeah, 9.6. I'd give it a 9.6. All three of them were great. They bled into each other perfectly. It's telling a story that it's fascinating because the whole Bosnia-Serbia story, like, I've watched a couple shows where it's been referenced, but it's the biggest moment in my mind of like ethnic cleansing, genocide, whatever you want to call it, that doesn't get, like, the world, in my view, doesn't feel the weight of what happened over there as much as, let's say, you know, what happened in Germany, which obviously was at a much, much bigger scale. You know, even like the Tutsis, and like there was Hotel Rwanda, the genocide that happened in Rwanda, which, like, yeah, people let it happen, but I think when the world looks back at it, like, there's like a collective, oh my God, this was horrible.
Yeah.
You don't really hear that about the Serbs and the Bosnians. For some reason, it's not like an episode of the ugliness, like, as deep as it should be looked upon. So I'm very curious as to what these guys are going to do. But yeah, I'm going to give it a...
What do you think that is? Like, the same thing, like, I was just talking to some people today about, like, you know, like Mount Rushmore. It's got... Some of those faces were slave owners.
Yeah.
Like, what happened during that time period was absolutely horrific. How can we still... I
mean, I could still understand the psychology of Mount Rushmore because those folks represent the dominant community in the country. But, you know, the overlooking of Bosnia, Serbia, and then, like, Herzegovina, something like... There was another one, too. But like, that, it just, like, I don't even remember. Like... That genocide got overlooked or whatever, not given the attention I think it deserves. So I'm very, very curious about what's going to happen. A 9.6.
Okay, 9.6 for him. 10 for me. I loved the intro. I don't think it could have been improved upon.
All right. Commercial break.
We'll be right back.
We'll be right back there, listener. I'm Ben.
I'm sorry.
If you would like to get your song reviewed, dear listener, there's the Filthy Capitalist option. As Sorry says... 125 gets you straight to the head of the line. You don't have to be a part of the alliance. You don't have to be part of the group.
Wait a minute.
And the biggest thing is you don't have to wait. You hop, skip, and jump right in front of everybody. 125 gets you there. You do that 3 times, and you get mashed down to the $75 rate for perpetuity.
Yes!
Also, there is a band review option. So if you've got a band and you're trying to get your band some exposure, hit me up at itsorry@gmail.com, and I'll show you the details about how to pull that off.
You can also jump on Patreon, and there is a option on the tiers to be able to get your band reviewed. Yep. Obviously, we can't lie to you, so we can't guarantee a positive review. Get what you get.
It's just rubbish.
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 That's British for garbage.
My favorite is a community option. $1 at the gate gets you in at Patreon. You get to join an alliance. The alliance joins their points together, and that helps determine what songs that we do.
The alliances hang out on Discord.
Message me on Patreon to get the link.
And they do all kinds of other cool things. They do Minecraft. Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. It's really a community within the community. Anybody can go in the village, facebook.com/Ben-and-Sorry. There's 160,000+ people on the channel. What's cool about the Discord is that it offers a real opportunity for community connection, friendship, that type of thing.
And it's on Discord, so if you're not a Facebook person, it's for you.
You start off at $1.
Right.
Plus you get exclusives. Sorry and I are working on a song. So the first 15 seconds of that was on Patreon. Also, at $15 tier and above, when we actually debut the video, they're going to be there live with us. There you are, dear listener.
Buy our merch.
Buy merch indeed, or I'll leave them.
To buy our merch.
They say humans
Yes, dear listener.
Yes, dear
Let me
listener.
plug in my phone.
Yes, dear listener. We are in the midst of an entire album review by the band known as Savatage. Talking about the struggle in the 90s between the Bosnians and the Serbs. Really, really interesting stuff. We're going to get a little bit of a sort of heads up as to what's going on lyrically for this track. The name of this track
So it's
is
DJ Mojo up, you guys.
Yes, it's
Let's not
I
forget.
Am. I Am is the name of the track. And there's going to be a little bit of a little blur before we start relative to this.
Yep,
So
our
here we
homie DJ Mojo
Yep.
gave us an intro to read, so it's going to kind of give you guys some information before.
It'll
song
give you
starts.
the historical context, which I think is really freaking cool. I'm probably going to have my kids watch this, just the entire thing, for civics class.
Good to
And
know.
then, you know, like because I really think we'll be able to probably.
Good to know. I'll
Test
be careful what I say.
Yeah,
I'll be like,
you should be careful what you're about to say.
Okay. I Am is the name of the next track, and a message from our DJ. Even while the Yugoslavian people are still celebrating, there are little men with little minds busy sowing the seeds of hate between neighbors.
Sir Jan and Kartina are both young and impressionable and easily swayed by the passionate words of their elders and peers.
This song is the first of the two on this record that is sung by Jon Olivia. In both songs he sings, he is singing in character, and Jon is always at his best when singing in character. In this song, he's not much playing a specific character, but more that of an idea, an evil idea. Oh, okay.
Track number 4, Savatage, I Am, which I'm going to get the lyrics.
Interesting title, because in the Bible, when God is asked what his name is, he said, I am that I am, right? That basically. Well, as I was quoting it to you guys, all of a sudden I was like, wait, am I just quoting it from the Ten Commandments? That movie, The Ten Commandments? I knew he said his name was I Am. But I don't know if he says, I am that I am.
Or maybe you said it very casually.
You would say that. You'd be like, he probably said, I am. I am. That's it.
Yeah, like, what's your
now
name?
let's go do that.
What's your name? I am.
For me, it's always like, I am. Oh, no.
Yeah, your God is always terrifying. You have a really terrifying God. I'm not going to lie to you.
It's true. I see yours. Yours is a very nice one. He understands.
Yes, my God is a very understanding God. Here we go. Here we go, guys. Song number 4, actually on the record. I Am.
Is that true, Amy?
Little men sowing the seeds of hate was actually the CIA. Well, I mean, she's kind of right.
Yeah. Ben, just put the verse there so we can read the verse, because I can't look that up right now. No device.
Who else do you know that goes around the planet sowing seeds of hate and discontent, turning friends and enemies, family members into combatants? Who else, dear listener?
What?
You know. All right, here we go. I Am Savatage.
Understand, there is no point in letting things get out of hand, but no one wants to
job, Savatage.
That was Savatage.
I Am, the name of the song.
Whoa. That song was deep, bro. That song, first of all, number one, what are we doing with this situation? Is he in the thing?
Yeah, he's in his... You're probably going to have to hang out with him. He's being
Where's Reza? Is he sleeping?
Yes, he's sleeping.
Alright. So you're gonna hang out with your brother again? Okay. You wanna say hi to the people?
Yeah.
You wanna say hi to Mr. Mojo?
Yeah.
Alright. Look right into that phone. Say hi, Mr. Mojo.
Hi, Mr. Mojo.
Wait, do it again. Hold on. Go ahead.
Hi, Mojo.
Mr. Mojo.
Mr.
Yeah, you don't have to say Mojo. That's Mr. Mojo. It's Daddy's friend. All right. You gotta go now. Have a kiss? Yeah. Thank you.
You're in my mouth.
Yeah.
On your face. That's one that someone was on your face.
Yeah, that's for that. All right. You gonna go? Off you go. Make sure there's no more noise. Go. Away with you.
You're right.
Keep that quiet. Try to talk to him so he stops screaming, interrupting us while we're trying to have fun with our friends, huh?
Keep that. You can't have that. You can't spread that stuff around. Hold on.
Everybody says, "What's up, Orion?" There you go. Everybody was happy to see you. All right.
All right.
We have returned.
Yes, we have. Okay. Is that who the song is about? Says Ian.
I think he's talking about the baby. No, I don't think it's about Orion.
Oh,
Or the baby.
I didn't know what he was saying. Okay, I see a little man sitting, and he's wondering if his little. Okay, so he's talking about at the beginning, like this small-minded person, I guess, that's like wants to control everyone around them.
Yeah.
And he finds his present world a little boring.
Those little men sowing seeds of hate is what
Yeah.
what they were referred to.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
So who do you think is narrating here? Who do you think is talking?
Well, that's what was. That kind of threw me off because the last one it was the gargoyle, and then this one when he said, "I see a little man sitting," and he's one. I guess it's still the gargoyle, but he definitely had it. Okay, I have to say when he started with that little sinister voice that he was doing, like the sort of like creeping sinister voice, like he's going somewhere when he's doing it. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Like that reminded me of like cartoons that I saw growing up. And then Mojo, you said partway through, like, you can't believe that Disney or Pixar didn't reach out to him. And I literally agree. I thought to myself, he has such a great voice for, like, matching this up with a cartoon and a bad guy. But, yeah, so I agree with you.
So who do you think is narrating?
Well, I said, I don't know. I'm guessing it's still the gargoyle.
Well, see,
why would it have changed?
He said in the intro that it was an idea that was talking more than an actual person.
Oh, so the idea is going to, like,
So this is the idea.
get someone?
Finding a person wherein he can be the vehicle.
I know you want this here, but it's in my face. I don't want it. Put it over there if it's.
See what I'm saying? Which the way I read it, and I've read the story as printed in the linear notes in it. Yeah, the way he reads it. Yeah, he reads this person that's doing the lyrics is more of
It's an internal monologue of these small-minded people. Okay.
Right, but look, he's saying, I see a little man sitting and he's wondering if over his little plot he might be king. So who's saying that he's seeing this little man?
Well, that's why I don't think it can't be a little man that's thinking it. It has to be somebody outside of that. But then the voice gets sinister.
That's what I'm saying. I think the idea is like that kind of division, that kind of destruction that, you know, created the war itself.
Okay. For I am the answer you seek, the dream in your sleep. You have never wanted to awaken. I have the plan that won't fail, a crime without trail.
Without trail.
And all I
Meaning
really need right
to,
now is you.
Yeah, you're going to be able to accomplish this
I
without...
agree. Okay, so it's like a bad idea of, you said, like, destruction.
Right.
Yeah.
That needs,
I agree.
That needs a person
I agree.
to accomplish itself. Which is interesting because we were listening to Joe Rogan yesterday, and there's Jeremy Corbell and George Knapp, and it was a good 20-minute segment when they were talking about high-level people theorizing that these UAPs or extraterrestrials or non-human intelligences, that what they actually wanted was
Their souls.
the souls of human beings, and that the
Right.
goal of these beings is that the more like tempered a soul is, meaning the more a soul has been able to overcome things like adversity, the more valuable the soul is to these beings. And one of the ideas was war, that these occupants of these UAPs instigate wars because there's nothing that, you know, accelerates the soul of a person towards good or evil than war. And so they foment these wars because of what it's doing to us internally, and then somehow they feed off of that. And it's like, and I'm watching them, of course, you know, Joe Rogan is not known as an intellectual. He's known as just like a pothead kind of whatever. And then George Knapp and Jeremy Corbell, unless you're in the ufology community, nobody knows who those two are. You know what I'm saying? But they're quoting people who are extremely educated, because what they're saying is, what if they have completely different priorities than us? So, like, for example, you're talking about, like, if somehow we were able to hang out with worms or communicate with worms, right? The big question the worms would have is, what kind of dirt do you guys eat, right? Because as worms, that's all they know. That's how they know to survive, is to eat dirt or whatever. So that's their paradigm. So when they're communicating with us, they're asking, what kind of dirt do you guys eat?
Oh, yeah.
Because that's how they're a worm-minded individual. So they're talking to us, who's clearly superior to them, and all they can ask us is what kind of dirt we eat, because that's as high as they can go.
Yeah.
So like when we ask questions of these extraterrestrial beings, it's like, what if they're not even operating at a material level? In other words, what if the things that are valuable to them are immaterial?
Yeah.
Whereas the things that are valuable to you, because you still believe that the hologram is real, the things that are valuable to you are physical, material things. But what if there were an advanced species who understood that this was really a simulation, and the thing that's most valuable about you are actually your invisible qualities, and so that's what's important. It's just like, you know, we have silkworms, where it's like we're harvesting these worms, and the worm has no idea that the only reason we're doing all this nice shit for it is because we're going to turn them into a jacket. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, there's no paradigm for that at all, because the priorities of a silkworm are completely different from the priorities of us. Like, if there was like a little society of silkworms, everybody would be like, oh, come over here, it's a wonderful resort, everybody treats us great, blah, 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 blah. They have no concept of
what's about to occur.
Yeah, you're about to be this guy's jacket. The only reason he's being nice to you is because there's a certain element of you that is valuable to them. But a silkworm does not value silk. So they can't eat silk. So they don't value it at all. So it wouldn't even occur to them to value silk as a silkworm. You see what I'm saying? So like, as a human being, like, it may not even occur to us to value the soul, because we're so stuck on the physical plane that the thing that's actually that generates the most currency off of us is actually the invisible qualities, not the visible ones.
Well, I mean, we're familiar with that. I mean, the Bible is like that. That the invisible stuff is more important than what you see.
Well, yeah. And so when you see here, like, you have an idea that almost needs permission in order for it to manifest itself in the physical world. And so that's why he needs a good victim. He needs a small-minded person in a powerful position, right? Which in this context, the only bad guy I know from that whole episode of Humanity was Slobodan Milosevic. And Slobodan Milosevic...
That is such an interesting line.
What?
For lies are always most impatient.
Right. Right. Because it says that you can solve complex issues that took years to develop in a very simple, oversimplified way. It's like these problems took hundreds and hundreds of years to get generated, but this one guy's going to solve it all in 4 years and make it all good. It's a lie, right? Like, you know what I'm saying? So,
I think it's interesting because it's also, like, I've never looked at lies as impatience. Like, if I don't know, it's interesting because do you think all lies are impatience?
No, but I think in a social context, a lot of the root of lying is, the irrational impatience that people have. Like, so for example, Bernie Sanders is a perfect example. You got a bunch of young people who don't understand politics, who don't know how politics works, who have a value system that says keeping it real and being authentic is like the most important thing.
Yeah.
That's what young people believe about themselves, even though it's completely untrue. Like, this is the generation of like authenticity, all the rest of it. But these people are professional fakers. I'm talking about every single young person because of social media.
I was gonna say
social media, you're not being your authentic self. But when you go into the political world, they want to go and say, oh yeah, this person is being his authentic self. I can believe in Bernie Sanders because look what he's showing me on TV. And so because he kept it real, right, they lost. And so when you start losing like that, after a while you start to become, a bitter person, and that's when these ideas can start popping up in your head. So if a politician can convince a large group of people, same thing with Trump. Oh, immigration is a major problem. And it's taken decades and decades and decades for this problem to matriculate. But here comes Donald Trump, and all he's going to do is build a wall. And that's going to solve. Again, it's a lie about time. See what I'm saying? So, same thing with Obama. It's like, oh, look at all the racism that happened. But no, we got Obama, so now we have hope. Again, like, electing one guy for a 4 to 8 year span is going to undo 400 plus years of a specific way of life. So, like, but like, it's fascinating, like, that it could be an idea, because Ben Webb was the first person to ask me that question, which was, do sounds want to be heard? That was such a fascinating concept to me because, and then Joe Rogan said something very similar, like every single invention initially started out as an idea.
Yeah.
And then Peterson made the same statement. He's like, it's not clear to me whether or not we have ideas or if ideas have us.
Yeah.
And that is such a fascinating concept.
And we don't have the answer to it. It's the same thing with it. Don't you think it kind of goes in the same box as the problem of consciousness?
Yeah, hard problem of consciousness. Yeah, no, I agree. Because it's like, once you open up, and now these people are opening up to the idea that you can have telepathic communication.
Yeah.
Like, it's so fascinating because now, because there's a category now in the secular mind for UAPs. So it's like, oh, they can communicate telepathically. Okay. How is that different from saying I'm hearing a voice in my head?
Yeah.
There is no difference. So before, our atheist friends used to make fun of us. They'd say, oh yeah, you hear your magic sky. Oh, you hear voices in your head. That means you're crazy. But now, because we've got this category for these other kinds of beings, now you have people from all the walks of life saying that they hear voices in their head, and that voice is actually connected to a persona that is not them. And so that's what religious people have been saying since day one.
Right.
And now the secularists have a category to where you cannot deny that that's the truth. Mm-hmm. So it's just fascinating. Like the song itself being an idea that needs a host is very fascinating to me, because that's definitely what
such a wild
what happened with Trump, right?
Yes.
Like definitely happened with Trump. And if you look at Biden's like sort of life story, that definitely happened with him. Like Biden's whole thing about that is like his entire life he's wanted to be president. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like he's lied and done whatever he possibly could to become the president over and over again, and has failed a bunch of times. And so now,
who?
Biden.
Oh.
Biden been running for president for a very long time. Very, very long. Before we were born. When he said he graduated at the top of his class and all this shit, and he didn't. He was like the bottom third in his class, all that type of. But like you could definitely see like that kind of spirit, like going after a small-minded man like a Trump, and his small-mindedness is kind of clear for everybody to see. But there's also a guy like Biden who, I'm not trying to disrespect our president, but he's the most vulnerable psychologically than he's ever been in his life. And so if we could say that ideas or movements are non-corporeal, somehow personal beings that need a human host to work out their designs in time and space, I think that's a pretty solid hypothesis, and I definitely think that it gives some explanatory power to explain the people that we're looking at who are leading our country. But that's a different thing altogether.
What an interesting thing. Yeah, because your mind, like they say the battlefield of the mind, like your mind has a lot of power for good or for bad in influencing the type of day you're gonna have. Like, yes. And then there are thoughts that come in your head that you're like, where the fuck did that come from? Right. Like, that's what? Right. Again, for good or for evil, like you've come up with some brilliant ideas that, maybe they had their genesis in you, or maybe they came from somewhere else, Right. That's just, it's fascinating. And obviously in Christianity, there's this idea that everything that you see, there's something behind it. So it says we don't wrestle with or fight with flesh and blood like people, but there's principalities and there's powers. So there's dark influences. There are good ones and there are bad ones, and they're influencing the things that we do. So it's just interesting to kind of hear that breakdown from people not even thinking in that direction. Like as Christians, this is the direction that we've been talking, but when you're hearing the aliens discussion that keeps coming up, or when people start discussing, demonic stuff or influences, I don't know. It's just a fascinating thought. And it would change, I think, the way that people engage their own minds if you had an understanding that not every thought that comes from you is from you. Right. So just because you have a thought, you don't have to be true to that thought, because there could be something outside of you that's influencing this thought process or pattern or unhealthy way of thinking or living, and to recognize hey, that's not me, but that's something that would be influencing me in a negative way. Like that power wants to exercise itself in the physical world, but it's not a physical being. So it needs a physical being to kind of drop the ideas in so you can act out on it. I mean, that's just a very fascinating thought. But anyway, it's definitely it's definitely not a disappointing album. That's for sure. This is the fourth we just listened to the 4 songs because we did 3 together.
There's something like Mediterranean, almost like Egyptian about that riff. Like that main riff. It was a very original type riff, and the way that they like I love sounds like that. That they're just like driving you into the ground. There's not a lot going on. They're just kind of like combining 2 notes, but it's like driving you to the ground. There was a certain rhythm about it too. Like, this band is supposed to be a power metal band. Savatage, I think, are power metal, but that song was just straight up just a heavy metal song to me. Like, that was just a metal song, period. I don't know what they are. I don't know if they're power metal or not, but that was just a hard heavy metal song, period, with some pretty badass vocals. And yeah, again, the guitar shit was crazy. For sure. The war talk killed Amy's buzz. Smoke them if you got them, ladies and gentlemen. You got Biden and Trump to deal with, both of whom are clearly possessed by ideas that are probably not that are probably detrimental to yours and my well-being. So
yeah, and ones that may not have. See, that's the thing. Like, if you come up with your own bad ideas, like, it probably is gonna like ruin stuff for you and people around you. But like the big ideas that are like massive fuck ups, like, where do those come from? What are those?
What are those?
Anyway, I'm gonna give this one a 9.6. Definitely another high rating for me.
This one's a 9.8 for me, man. Like, it was a very like no nonsense, like this is what I call tough guy music. That was like a tough guy riff. Like, that was a riff where it's like, okay, like.
But do you agree that like Disney could call him up and he could have?
This guy,
he's
gotta have been doing. But they should, if you and this dude did a record together, it'd be fucking epic. It'd be epic for sure.
Not without you. You know how I am.
Well, it's
okay, Vin is literally insane. So, okay, originally the song, I'm going to give you guys a little bit of details on the song, okay? Originally the song was, the storyline was coming from the perspective of a male, and I was having such a hard time, like, getting into the character. And I was like, Vin, I'm having a hard time getting into this character because I got to make myself like a man. And then I gotta like come at it like from this perspective, and then he like does this pause, like he just looks at me.
We're driving.
Like, none of his body is moving. You just looked at me for a couple seconds because yes, you were driving. He looks at me for a couple seconds, then I see him look out the window, and then I'm not joking you. Within minutes, he rewrote those lyrics to fit into that point coming from a female. You could say protagonist, right?
Yeah.
So,
yeah,
it was pretty crazy. It was like, so was that your idea? Who should I thank?
Right.
Anyway, so that was pretty crazy. So yeah, you guys will see that.
That's called the muse, where the shit just comes to you and it's like blah.
Yeah.
It's called the muse. Yeah.
So it's interesting because like there was probably these outside forces, but like that was cool because we mused off each other. Because I was like, I can't do this.
There's usually a human point of contact that
you
creates
gave me
that
some,
situation.
and then I was like your muse to be able to switch that to a whole different lyrics.
Yeah.
Anyway, fun stuff. All right, you guys, we got more to come.
What did you give it?
Oh, they gave it a 9.6.
What did I give it?
A 9.8.
Yeah, that was just a hard, heavy metal song, man. That was just a heavy metal song. Even though I know this band is they're a what do you call it? Power metal band, but I haven't seen any of the. I've seen the power metal drama, but the shit that I hate about power metal, I have not seen in this band yet. So, do what you will with that, there, listener. We're coming back on the other side. It's Savatage. It's Vin and Sori. It's DJ Mojo. You know what time it is.
Commercials.
You know the time. You know the rhyme. It ain't
more.
easy being greasy in a world full of cleanliness and all that other madness. We go. I'm Vin.
I'm sorry.
If you would like to get your song reviewed, dear listener, there's the filthy capitalist option. As Sori says, 125 gets you straight to the head of the line. You don't have to be part of the alliance. You don't have to be part of the group.
Wait a minute.
And the biggest thing is you don't have to wait. You hop, skip, and jump right in front of everybody. 125 gets you there. You do that 3 times and then get mashed down to the $75 rate for perpetuity.
Yes!
Also, there is a band review option. So if you've got a band and you're trying to get your band some exposure, hit me up at itstory@gmail.com and I'll show you the details about how to pull that off.
You can also jump on Patreon, and there is a option on the tiers to be able to get your band reviewed. Obviously, we can't lie to you, so we can't guarantee a positive review. Get what you get.
It's just rubbish.
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 That's British for garbage.
My favorite is a community option. $1 at the gate gets you in at Patreon. You get to join an alliance. The alliance joins their points together, and that helps determine what songs that we do.
The alliances hang out on Discord.
Message me on Patreon to get the link.
And they do all kinds of other cool things. They do Minecraft, Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. It's really a community within the community. Anybody can go in the village, facebook.com/VinandSory. There's 160,000+ people on the channel. What's cool about the Discord is that it offers a real opportunity for community connection, friendship, that type of thing.
And it's on Discord, so if you're not a Facebook person, it's for you.
You start off at $1.
Right.
Plus you get exclusives. Sory and I are working on a song. So the first 15 seconds of that was on Patreon. Also, at $15 tier and above, when we actually debut the video, they're going to be there live with us. There you are, dear listener.
Buy our merch.
Buy our milk and good.
And a child shall lead them to buy our merch.
Did you hear Dorian? Did you hear him?
Yes.
He said yes, dear listener.
Yes. They're always doing that. They do that. They do that on the regular.
And somebody's got Bacardi rum. Don't we have that? Right, Bacardi rum?
That's why she's talking. Is it Amy talking about it? We were talking about it last night.
Found some rum. Buzz coming back soon. All right. A group of alcoholics. That's great. All right. Here we are, dear listener.
Right. Whoops.
In the midst of a sabotage, not sabotage, a sabotage. No, Savatage. Savatage is the name of the band. The name of the DJ is DJ Mojo. And dear listener, we are going through an entire record from the top to the bottom. Okay? We're doing every single song on this record because that's what the DJ suggested. Okay? And when you do a DJ stream, it goes how you want to go. It goes how you want to go, when you want to go, how long you want it to go, how short you want it to go, how many songs you want it to be with, etc., etc., etc. How we're playing the songs. Mojo has a very involved methodology in the way that he does his stream. Everybody does it differently. It's all up to what the DJ wants. This particular stream has 13 songs to cover every song on this record. The title to the track we're about to listen to is Starlight.
Now, of course, DJ Mojo has something for us to read pretty much, I think, every single song.
Everyone.
We've got a little intro here that we're gonna check out, and we're gonna let you guys know what he has to say about it, because each DJ has a different thing they like to say. All right, Starlight, Savatage.
Starlight,
Star bright, first star I see tonight.
Oh, is that what it is?
I wish I might have this wish. I wish tonight.
Your parents let you do that shit?
No. Okay, you know what happened? I stayed away from it for a really long time. And then every time I would like try to do it because I thought it would be kind of like fun, I started feeling super guilty about it. So then I was like, I better not do this. I don't know what will happen. I don't know what I'm conjuring. But then eventually I was like, is there like fate? Does fate exist? Like, is this idea that God is in complete control of everything and like your path is going to land on your path? Like when my mind started like kind of opening up to like those ideas, that's when it would have been cool to come into Reformed theology at that point. But I didn't have it. So I started a little bit of the, in regards to boyfriends or whatever, Starlight, Starbright, you know, it's a romantic.
All right.
Or pick the flowers off. You take a daisy. He loves me not all the way around. But you know what you do? You get to the end. If it says, I love you not, pop the head off of it. He loves you. That's it. You win every time. Okay, there you have it. Okay, Starlight. Invigorated by the passionate words he has been listening to from his countrymen,
So
Jon, along with his childhood friends, enlist in local Serbian militia. He and his friends quickly find themselves in the hills surrounding Sarajevo, serving with mortar teams, raining death and destruction on the city night after night. I don't have anything else to say about this song. The lyrics pretty much speak for themselves, says Mojo. DJ Mojo.
Mm-hmm.
That's like, you can't call the doctor just by his name. It's going to be Dr. whatever. DJ Mojo. Don't even say just Mojo. All right, you guys, let's check it out. Starlight from the band Savatage.
What did the law say? It's not proper to just call the prophet by his name?
Right.
Like you and the prophet are just buddies?
This is so smooth, babe. I like this. You picked this?
What, the song, the music?
The music, yeah.
Yeah.
You picked that?
It's chill. It's
I
chill.
like your vibe. Mm-hmm.
Good. Excellent. Maybe you can like my Red Bull.
You already drank it?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's the 117 too?
Yeah.
Crazy. Okay. All right, you guys, let's check it out.
Can you get the Red Bull?
You're going to have a Red Bull with that tea?
Oh, wait, I have
can't
tea.
just take
oh,
a
I have
tea?
tea. I have tea. Yeah, but it's very,
All
very
right, let's go. Starlight.
All right, here we go. Starlight, Star Bright. Let's go. Amy Lee, always try to be hurtful. Let's do it.
We never fear the night. We bring our own starlight. Dropped on the world below. Wait for the afterglow. We never fear the night. We bring our own starlight. Dropped on the world below. Wait for the afterglow. And in the dark they wed. We're dancing with the dead. And if the ground's been stained, colors run in the rain. Run away, no delay. Do we have to show you? Don't expect mercy yet. We don't even know you. Fear the press, nothing less. Saying that we don't care. Understand, it's the lie, and you have to be there. have to be there.
Okay. You know what would be a cool addition to the show?
Me!
And me would be as if we had each a button, and there was a red light over there, and there was a blue one over here that would flash whenever we pushed our button. So if there's a part of the song that you really like, you start pushing the button and your light starts flashing.
We can actually do
So then
that
if we
with the-
both like
we
it,
can actually do that with the Twinklies.
both of our lights will go.
Yeah,
I think that would be a cool...
we can actually do that with
Yeah.
the Twinklies.
Because, like, when the song is playing, there's stuff that pops out to you that you don't necessarily remember to bring out in the breakdown. I mean, obviously you can see our facial reactions and we're like, ooh, then we obviously like that part. But I think the lights would be a cool addition. Okay. What did you think? He went with that guitar. He can't help it. He's got that, like, 80s rock guitar that he just lets loose. I agree with you. That, wait a minute. Mojo said at the beginning that he has a lot of solos in this and you can't tell who's playing them.
Can't tell which one is which.
Yeah, I'm loving them. Okay. So what did you think?
Well, I agree. This is just a very, very guitar-heavy band. Right now, on this record, the guitarists are doing some incredible shit. I thought the vocalist... A lot of times when you have a guitar-centric band, the vocalist is kind of incidental. In the first song, I think the vocalist kind of stood on his own. This one, the vocals were a little bit more generic. The guitar work was still crazy. And the literary device as using the implements as war as the points of illumination, I thought was a very ironic twist. So he's saying, we never fear the light, we bring our own starlight. Because he's part of our mortar team. So, we never fear the light, we bring our own starlight, dropped on the world below, wait for the afterglow.
When that part got said, you know what it made me think of was in 70 AD when Jerusalem was getting overtaken and they saw even secular historians said that there was reports of them seeing like an army in the sky that was like lit up with fiery swords or whatever. So when he said, we never fear the night, we bring our own starlight, I was thinking about the sinister character or the sinister idea from before. So it made me think of 70 AD, but I see it's the mortars. Gosh.
Yeah.
Dropped on the world below
Dropped on
after
wait for the afterglow. Right.
Yeah.
And in the dark they wed. We're dancing with the dead.
Yo.
So his starlight and the ground get married. And when the mortar and the ground get married, those dudes are dancing with the dead. Because they're dead. If the ground's been stained, that's alright, because colors will run in the rain. Run away, don't delay. What do we have to show you? Don't expect mercy yet. We don't even know you. Hear the press, nothing less saying that we don't care. Understand it's a land and you'd have to be there. So it's like, we're doing these horrible atrocities, but we have to protect our homeland and you weren't there. So, you know, that's always the thing that people say. you weren't there, so you can't judge this decision. Anytime somebody's like about to do some horrific shit that they can't live with themselves with, they'll always say like, you know, people are gonna judge us, but you know, they weren't here. You know, like that's that is supposed to work for people.
Yeah, I don't think that would work though.
It doesn't work for a lot of people.
Yeah.
That's why there's so many suicides when dudes get back from deployment.
I think that there are situations where if people were there, you know, like that they would be like, yeah, you know, if somebody's hurting women, hurting children, stuff like that, and then somebody gets them. I think probably in those situations, people would be like, if they were there, though, you know what I mean? Like, if they saw the aftermath of what happened to the person that did that to the women or the kids, they'd be like, that's so horrible. But I think that's a situation in which you would say, yeah, but if you were there and you saw what happened to the women or you knew what was happening to the kids, then, you know, that would be, you'd react to that situation. You'd feel differently about it.
Yeah.
But I don't think that's always the case.
She thinks she doesn't know if that's always the case, but I don't know. I think a lot of that goes into, I quote this book often, but like why we give medals to warfighters. And the reason that you give medals to warfighters is because you want to, as a society, tell the guy, yep, this is sort of you broke the ultimate taboo, which is killing another human being. And we know that that's a terrible burden for you to have to bear. So this medal here is a token and a metaphor that all of society is behind you in this act of killing. So, if you get a silver star and it gets enhanced by a valor device, right? And so you're translating killing someone into an act of valor that then you have some sort of physical memento that you did the right thing. So every group of people who has sent men and unfortunately women to war have had to deal with this dichotomy of everybody's raised with the notion that killing another human being is like the ultimate wrong that cannot be undone. And yet you are sending this boy, a lot of times boy, 18-year-old child, to go out and do that on a mass scale and feel good about it, and then simultaneously turn that off when they return home. So it's
So ridiculous.
War is just on both sides of the aisle, just institutionalized mania. It's insane.
And yeah, Mojo, I cannot stand that when I see it. Like, I'm like, I love to watch like funny videos where somebody gets mildly hurt, like stuff that's just like tripping stuff, things like that. That to me is so funny. But when I see like a video where like people were in danger and other people just took a camera out and recorded it, I think it's insane. I think it's insane. And there's like a real sober part of me that's like, I pray that I would never do that in a situation. Like if there was, I don't think that I would, but you don't know what you're going to do in a situation until you're actually there. And I'm like, I hope that something wouldn't be popping off and I'd be sitting there with my phone instead of trying to involve myself or,
Yeah, I mean, I see both sides of it. When people are, because part of it is like you train and train and train and train. It's not like you say like, hey, I'm going to war, and then you show. I mean, that's kind of like decentralized, like ISIS, for example. That's how it was. You just show up with a Kalesh and a Quran. And they had little training, but it was basically like just muscle discipline stuff. Make sure they're trying to avoid blue on blue stuff. But when you train for something, especially when you're a young man, like you're itching so bad to do it.
that's the thing.
Like and like you want so desperately to be tested. Like I remember Taekwondo or whatever. I remember when because I didn't know what was happening with my body because I had just started puberty, still like in a child's mindset. I didn't know that my body was getting like hard, and I was getting to be, you know, and so like when I play fight with my brother, like I was hitting him, and like I was affecting him differently, and I was like, holy shit, look at this. So you want those scenarios, you want those situations. So like I would create circumstances where me and my older brother would get into it, just so I could see like how much is the gap closed due to my, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah.
And so now you send young people and they're possessed with that idea. So the idea from the previous song is like infecting their minds. So now they're possessed by this idea, and then they go out and train for war. Hell yeah, they're gonna want to fight. And you know, people say things like I was following orders or whatever. It's like, yeah, but there is a reason that you put yourself in a situation where those could be your orders in the first place.
Exactly. Yeah.
There's literally like 600 different things you could be doing in a war effort. Why are you trying? Why are you signing up for the MOS that puts you in a line of conflict where you're going to have to make the impossible decision of killing somebody? Right. It's because you wanted to. Right. Like you want to be in that situation, and you're happy when the person gives the green light to go. Like, you're full of fear and nerve, but you're also happy because that's what you trained on. You want to test it. So, like, the people in charge know that about young men. They know that. And so that's why there's never going to be a shortage of people that are willing to war fight, especially for this country. You know, because that kind of mentality is never going to go away. You don't start losing your immortal delusions as a young person until much later. Like,
it's just crazy because, like, I don't know, I'm sure other people have seen it. You've probably seen it too. There's like this viral video going around of these girls fighting by a porta potty. Have you seen that?
Yeah.
So I was like listening to, like, I think it was the girl in the white cowboy hat and the, like, mostly white outfit and boots on. I'm pretty sure that's who she was in the video. But apparently the whole thing popped off because they were at a concert and she cut somebody in line to use the bathroom. But she said, I don't think I really knew that I cut them. Or however she worded it was kind of weird because it sounded like she did know. Like, it wasn't like, I had no freaking idea that I cut her. It was like, I didn't really think that I cut her. What do you mean you don't think that you cut? What do you mean? Like, the way that she said it, I'm paraphrasing what she said, but it was a little bit weird. Mm-hmm. Well, then she went in to use the bathroom and her mother stood out to guard. And then the girl was upset about getting cut. And so she went out toe-to-toe with the mother. And the mother gives, like, this laughy sort of attitude back. And then the fight breaks out. And then that girl jumps in. And the whole thing is, like, just chaos. And when I saw it, because I didn't have much details of it, it was just, like, I saw a fight. And then I saw another clip that was, like, a bigger fight. And I was like, what is happening in this situation? And then, sure enough, I saw that interview with the daughter that was part of the whole brawl. And when she said that, I was like, wow, like, literally this whole thing popped off because the girl in pink didn't want somebody cutting her in line, which could, maybe she gets walked all over in her other relationships and she's like, I'm not letting this fucking stranger do this to me. Or whatever, like, you don't know, like, women should have a little bit more compassion for other women, knowing the types of situations they could be finding themselves in. Anyway, so if she cut her in line and the mother realized it, like, let's say they didn't know. Let's say they really didn't know. And then they realized it at that point. Why did the mother have to, like, get all smirky and attitudey back with her? Why did she say, I'm so sorry. We didn't see you in, like, and that's, like, the Bible says a gentle answer turns away wrath. And I saw that and I immediately thought of that verse. And I'm like, because I kept thinking, I wonder if there was a gentle answer that could have stopped this situation, would have never happened. I don't think that anybody got seriously injured, but, like, everybody got to that, like, angry level with each other and they were just spewing that out. And whether or not they got enough hits in that made them feel justified is going to dictate how they're going to treat other people in the upcoming situations. You know, something's probably going to pop off. They're going to remember that situation. I was just like, man. And then, you know, at the end of the day, when it's like, it's a group of women, you know, I'm the kettle calling the pot black, because I don't know what I would do in a situation if somebody put their hands on me, especially near a friggin' porta potty. That's why I'd be fighting the hardest, is because I don't want you pushing my face by that nastiness. Are you kidding me? Anyway, so when I saw that situation, I was like, man, when that gentle answer could have there's so many ways that situation could have stopped. One, the mother could have been an adult in the situation and said, whatever, calm the situation.
That's how that shit gets escalated.
The girl,
now.
when she came out and realized she cut somebody in line, she could have handled it differently. Some apology, some, whatever. But she's like, I came out of the bathroom, I saw them going after my mother. What else was I going to do? I had to get involved. But it's like, wait, you already did when you first cut the person in line. I think that that's an outrageous reaction to, like, put hands on somebody because they cut you. But at the same time, like, I've had days where people have cut me in line, and I have been very angry about it. So, I don't know. You don't know what's going on in somebody's life and when they're going to all of a sudden be like, I've had enough. So apparently she had enough because she went to work in that porta potty. But, like, again, do ideas have you, or did you have that idea? You know what I mean?
That's
like,
what I'm
where did that whole situation, like, at the end of it, there was a lot of selfishness, I thought.
The verse in Revelation, I think it was the Red Horseman, they're the fourth, and it says, it was granted to him power to take peace from the earth.
Yeah.
So that men may slay one another.
Yeah.
So, like, that's a clear, like, there are times when God hands over a nation of people to that kind of an ideology. Mm-hmm. And that horseman is some sort of personalized version of war and its desire for existence. Like, if you think about war as an entity, or you think about, let's say there was a particular kind of entity in the universe or whatever that feeds off of war.
Yeah.
Feeds off of that energy.
Yeah.
Or can only be satisfied by that kind of energy, then it makes sense, like, how throughout all human history, these little things create wars. Mm-hmm. They escalate and matriculate into something that the people at the beginning of the conflict could not have imagined.
Yeah. And
like, that's what I'm saying. Like, people get possessed by these ideas. It was clear, like, I was absolutely possessed by that ideology during the Bush years.
Yeah.
100% possessed. Like, civilians, whatever, I don't care. Like, folks gonna have to die for what happened in 9/11, even if they weren't involved. Like, you know what I mean? It was like, a lot of the shit that we were saying was completely irrational. Like, what does that have to do with, you know what I'm saying? Like, anyway. What'd you get the song?
This is a 9.4 on this one.
I gave this one 8.8. I thought the vocals this time were a little bit substandard, a little bit generic.
What did you give it?
8.8.
When you brought up that verse, what was the one that you brought up where it talked about peace?
Revelation.
Yeah, what did it say again?
Is granted the red horseman to take peace from the earth.
Yeah, and then that was going
to
bring war.
So that men may slay one another.
That they would kill each other. Yeah. I've been taking the verses from the Bible and flipping them over, and it kind of changes your understanding. So in that one, it's saying peace was taken from, and brought about war. So then I was thinking, okay, so if you flip that one over, then you would look at it and you would say, okay, extended. So when somebody is very violent, it's probably because they're in an extended state of lack of peace. Or if you don't like, cultivate peace in your life, then extended periods of that not cultivating peace. And obviously, when I say cultivate peace, I mean something. But extended periods of not doing that will end up making you a more agitated person, more vengeful person, more losing it off of dumb things. So those are indicators to say, hey, wait a minute, I've been kind of like that. Maybe my peace, my peace has been off. Okay, how can I get my peace right? We know how to do that. We have cookies and corn. Let's go.
All right, dear listener, we shall be back on the other side. Savatage, entire album review. Y'all know the time, y'all know the rhyme.
Wait. I'm sorry, I gotta see Mojo's questions. I saw that video. First question I had is, why are there event employees, not security, trying to break that up? I thought that there was a guy that tried to pull the girl back, but I'm not sure if he worked there or whatever. And then I don't know what you call security. You're not getting paid to break up fights and probably not covered legally. True. At the same time, we were we were at an event and I don't even know what happened with these girls. We were at a show and then one of them took beer and friggin' threw it in the other girl's face. I'm sorry. I'm not sorry. I think that that's incredibly rude to put something in somebody's face. And so you just splash that in her face. Now she's gonna go sticky with your friggin' beer over her the rest of the night. And like they started popping off, but you jumped right in immediately. I mean, it was 2 women, so it wasn't like, I don't know what would have happened if it was a group of men that were fighting and jump in the middle. You've done that before and it worked out fine. But yeah, so in that situation, you kind of jumped in and started kind of like calming things. I got some paper towels. I went over to the girl, like help her with that. And I thought that went well. But yeah, I see what you're saying about stopping it. But at the same time, if people around don't get involved and they just wait for the security to finally get there, the longer the thing goes on, the more pissed off people are getting and the more ideas they're getting in their head of what they're going to do to even this scoreboard. So, you know, I think if it's possible to create peace and to be a peaceful person in a situation, like that's what we should be as a people. But anyway, and Mojo, I don't know what you were saying. You're never going to make that mistake again. So you're gonna have to say that. But anyway, in the meantime, what a commercial.
I'm Vin.
I'm sorry.
If you would like to get your song reviewed, dear listener, there's the Filthy Capitalist option. As Sorry says, $125 gets you straight to the head of the line. You don't have to be a part of the alliance. You don't have to be part of the group.
Wait a minute.
And the biggest thing is you don't have to wait. You hop, skip, and jump right in front of everybody. There, you do that 3 times and then get mashed down to the $75 rate for perpetuity.
Yes!
Also, there is a band review option. So if you've got a band and you're trying to get your band some exposure, hit me up at sorry@gmail.com and I'll show you the details about how to pull that off.
You can also jump on Patreon and there is a option on the tiers to be able to get your band reviewed. Obviously, we can't lie to you, so we can't guarantee a positive review. Get what you get.
It's just rubbish.
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 That's British for garbage.
My favorite is the community option. $1 a gig gets you in a Patreon. You get to join an alliance. The alliance joins their points together, and that helps determine what songs that we do.
The alliances hang out on Discord.
Message me on Patreon to get the link.
They do all kinds of other cool things. They do Minecraft, Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah, it's really a community within the community. Anybody can go in the village, facebook.com/VinandSorry. There's 160,000+ people on the channel. What's cool about the Discord is that it offers a real opportunity for community connection, friendship, that type of thing.
And it's on Discord, so if you're not a Facebook person, it's for you.
You start off at $1.
Right.
Plus you get exclusives. Sorry and I are working on a song. So the first 15 seconds of that was on Patreon. Also, at $15 tier and above, when we actually debut the video, they're going to be there live with us. There you are, dear listener.
Buy our merch. It was when I was in college.
Buy our merch indeed. A child shall lead them.
So buy our merch.
Yes, dear listener. Yes, dear listener. Yes, dear listener. Here we are.
But it doesn't matter.
Matter anyway is the name of the song. The name of the band is Savatage.
Savatage from the big homie DJ Mojo. He's in the comment section if anybody wants to engage in conversation with him.
Yeah, the DJ is actually in the freaking building. How real is
every
that?
Every time I do this, this is so bad. I always want to be like a matchmaker, but I don't know if Mojo might be married for all I know. Oh, actually, he has a girlfriend. But anyway, whenever I know that they're not, I always want to be like, and also, remember we did that at the beginning of the channel? We'd be like, he's also single.
Yeah.
Ladies. Okay. Savatage doesn't matter anyway. Katrina, also inspired by the wave of nationalistic fervor spreading through the countryside, joins up with her local militia and finds herself in a black market bazaar, purchasing weapons for the Bosnian fighters. She is completely unaware that the merchants who are selling her weapons are also selling the same weapons to the Serbians. This is but I mean, wouldn't you kind of expect that if there's somebody that's...
Not really, but go ahead.
I assume somebody was trying to make money everywhere. This is the second song performed by Jon Olivia, again, singing in character as an arms merchant. It's a fantastic performance. I suspect this song may have been written before the concept of this record was even decided, because if you listen to this song outside the context of the record, Jon is clearly writing about the military industrial complex, and every syllable Jon sings is dripping with the contempt he has for it. Oh. Okay. I'm not gonna say anymore.
Doesn't matter anyway. Savatage, let's do it, y'all. And I had the lyrics, losers. Here we go.
What you said in the mind of someone you are now dead. What makes it bad is the living next door. So you need some weapons, that's what I'm here for. Seems you got us some war. AK-47 Tomcat F11 hardly ever used. Tell me what am I bid? You on the back wall, this is it, last call. Better buy 'em now or you wish that you did. You wish that you did. I know, you know, in this world you gotta pay. It's all for sale. Watch your side, you couldn't say. No, doesn't matter anyway. Claim all landmines, any personnel kind, good for landing waters and easy to hide. Bury them in the ground, only one way to find another fine product we deliver with. Pride. Speak a deal on the side. Airborne Level 2 Stinger missiles got 'em. You better get 'em now while you got 'em stored. Good very last stand, straight out of Afghanistan. If you never use it, you can save 'em to your next civil war. 'Cause that's what they're for. I know, you know, in this world you gotta pay. It's all for sale. What's your side you couldn't say? Doesn't matter anyway. I know, you know, in this world you gotta pay. It's all for sale. What's your side you couldn't see? No, doesn't matter anyway.
Here it goes.
No, doesn't matter anyway. Doesn't matter anyway. I know, you know, in this world you've gotta pay. It's all for sale. What's your side you couldn't say? Doesn't matter anyway.
All right, doesn't matter anyway. By the band Savatage. Holy smagoli. Yeah, you could definitely tell this dude has a real issue with the military-industrial complex for sure.
Yep.
I've been extremely confused about certain things relative to that and politics that I'm sure is going to come out at some point in this review. But go ahead. What are your thoughts?
I mean, I don't usually notice the solos, but for some reason these solos keeps really sticking out to me. Like I notice it right when they start them. He's really good at them.
So I need to take.
Well, let me just tell them to stop that. It's very disruptive.
bring Orion out. Just bring him out here.
Alright, you gotta stop closing that door. You gotta go.
Orion,
What?
yeah, just stand over there, yeah, Habibi. Listen, the entire point is to be quiet so that we can do our review, right? So no bumping into anything, okay? You understand?
Yeah.
All right, go ahead, go to bed. I mean, don't go to bed. Go play with your brother. Tell mom it's time to rock and roll. Yeah, so this guy's an arms dealer playing both sides against the middle. I remember when was it Khashoggi?
I'm surprised that doesn't get somebody killed doing something like that.
Well, he did get killed. Khashoggi. Khashoggi was that journalist. Remember that journalist? Then they like kidnapped him and then basically chopped him up on camera and all this shit. Well, when
That's not the one that got, like, he went into the embassy and then they took him out in pieces.
Yeah,
Or
that's him. That was him. That guy, his name was Jamal Khashoggi. He was working for the New York Times, I think it was. But like that dude.
That was really horrifying.
And so while that was happening, Trump was making like a $500 billion arms deal with Saudi Arabia. And so the lady in the news is like, how could you make a deal with these people when it just came out that they killed this dude? Like, how could you do that? And Trump was like, yeah, everybody kills people. Like, we've killed people.
Yeah.
Like, it is what it is. Like, who cares?
Mhm.
And at the time, they're like, oh my God, this is the crazy. It's like, it's so weird to me, like, when our government supports a war and tries to act like we're doing it for moral reasons.
Oh.
And the only thing weirder than that to me is the people that actually buy that story, especially after what happened with Iraq. Like, I remember initially with Iraq, it was weapons of mass destruction, and then it was, oh, we can bring democracy, we can spread democracy to the Middle East, and it'll be better for everybody if they get democracy. It's like the reason we were over there kept changing over and over again. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so it's like now when it's like, oh, Putin has invaded Ukraine, so we need to spend $150 billion to Ukrainians. Just out of the goodness of our hearts, because we as Americans cannot countenance anybody doing an illegal invasion into another country. It's almost like, how can you say that with a straight face, like as an American?
Ridiculous.
Like it's incredible, but you got people.
Yeah.
And again, I got mad love to millennials, but millennials who were obviously not politically cognizant during the Patriot Act era, during the we're gonna go invade innocent people era. Like those people were not around to like see how crazily the government lied us into a war. And so it's like the idea that our government is like behind the Ukrainians for moral reasons, and the fact that we just cannot countenance people invading other people's countries is just absolutely ridiculous to me. And it's crazy to me that people believe it.
Mm-hmm.
People believe that's why we're doing what we're doing. Like, okay.
I mean, I used to think that America was basically pure as the driven snow.
Yeah.
I had no clue.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I had no clue, and I am so surprised that the history classes didn't present our history. Like, I always was in Christian history classes. I wish that they would have presented history in the backdrop with the backdrop of saying, look, all human beings are evil. We're like, we from the core are bad. That's why we need God. Then it would have explained all this stuff. But then, then they didn't want to come right out and say the truth. So they did dumb stuff like, they were slaves. They wanted to be slaves, and they were their managers instead of like slave owners that could have got you killed in the Old Testament. Like,
yeah. Yeah.
All right.
If you want to get a glimpse of what Bosnian War really was like, check out the movie The Whistleblower. True story and all.
Have you seen it?
I haven't. But I mean, I've heard some really brutal, terrible stories about what went down there with those people, particularly the atrocities of Milosevic. It's some pretty gnarly stuff, man. The human capability for evil is incredible.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. Can you put the lyrics back up?
You always do that. There you go.
You always delete them. Okay, it don't matter what you said. In the mind of someone, you're now dead. What makes it bad if they're living next door? So you'll need some weapons. That's what I'm here for. Seems you got to. Oh, okay. It was the person that was selling to both sides.
Yeah.
Did something sinister happen to the person for doing this yet?
Well, we're still at the beginning of the record, so I don't know. And I don't want Mojo to say because I don't want it to be a spoiler.
No,
but
I'm talking about in this song. I didn't see
anything. But nothing happens to the guy in the song. He's just saying he doesn't care what side it is. He's going to make his money. The way he's talking about these weapons of war, AK-47, Tomcat, F-11, like the way he does it, it's almost like he's like, you know, one of those auctioneers. Like, I gotta, like he's just selling this stuff, and these things are like sole purpose is to kill people and kill people in large numbers at the same time. Like,
yeah, it's just that's the goal.
It's incredible irony that you know, I mean, that's essentially what we're doing. I mean, not that kind of way, but you know, we're the #1 arms dealer in the world. I'm pretty sure. So, I mean, it is what it is.
Yeah.
We put all this money into our military budget. Billions of it gets lost every year, and then after, you know, Lockheed and all these other companies get these grants to do research on creating these technologies, they then want to privatize all the profits, you know, between them and the shareholders. Once we put in our money for them to experiment,
they'll say we lost between this much and this much, and the gap between the lowest amount that they might have misplaced and the largest amount that they misplaced is astronomical. It's like, what business has there ever been where you could say, like, you go to Walmart and if you have a size 6 shoes and also a size 5, but only one of them has the tag, they won't scan the same tag because they got to keep their inventory straight.
Correct.
But our government loses, like I said,
billions,
that gap.
Billions
like,
of dollars.
not that they lost billions to begin with, but they don't even know how much they lost.
Yeah,
it's between this and this. They routinely losing.
Yeah.
It's like, come on, that's a lie. You guys obviously know what's happening to that. It's all getting covered up.
Yeah, so we're pouring. So we're regular taxpayers pouring all this money into the system, and then you've got 3 or 4 companies, Skunkworks, Lockheed, all the rest of them. They have all like an infinite source of capital to develop these technologies. They develop the super duper tech the government gets, and then the other, you know, the 2nd and 3rd generation obsolete tech we sell to everybody else. But then American people don't get any kickback from those sales. See what I'm saying? So I don't know what's going on with homeboy, but he's pretty tired. So yeah, that's my thing about the military-industrial complex. It's like, it's almost a cynical way of looking at it, but it's like, well, if you're going to do that, at least give the American people some sort of a kickback. But we don't get any kickback. So like, we're front loading, you know, a vast majority of the sacrifice that goes into, you know, the American Empire war machine. But we get very little benefit, you know, paying into that kind of a system. Which again, you know, you never want to say that you want to benefit from a war machine, but at the same time, like, if your money is being taken from you outside of your volition, at least you want to see that at some level, you know, it was worth it. But it's very hard to feel that way when you've got X amount of innocent civilian casualties in the Middle East, X amount of, you know, at-home casualties in you know, the families that are torn apart just because of the exigencies of deployment, much less what happens to dudes when they come back home. It's really freaking criminal. It's really, really criminal. And I don't really know what the solve is. You know what I'm saying? Because our country seems to be addicted to that cycle. So I don't know. What did you give the song?
I gave this one a solid 8.9.
I gave this one an 8.9 as well. Wanted to hear a little bit more of the solos. Like the song was only about 3.5 minutes long. This is one of the rare times like I wish the song was like maybe a minute longer. These guys have so much talent guitar-wise and like organizationally, like what they're doing with the song, like the decisions they're making in the songwriting process, I think are amazing. This one, I wish we'd have been able to expand a little bit more. But we shall return. Commercial break coming back on the other side, dear listener. Let me read this one comment from Mojo, though. Say what you want about Trump. He was right about at least one thing. When speaking about the war in Iraq, he said we should have taken the oil, and he was right. Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, if you're gonna do all that destruction and damage in the first place to these people in our name and on our dime, then let the American people receive some sort of remuneration or kickback from it. That's a really cynical way to look at it, but at the same time, it's like I'd much rather Mojo get the money than some CEO in, Raytheon or whoever. So, feel how you want to feel about that there, listener. The crime's already been committed at this point. You know what I'm saying? So, it is what it is. All right, we shall return. Commercial break. We'll be right back. I'm Ben.
I'm sorry.
If you would like to get your song reviewed, dear listener, there's the Filthy Capitalist option. As Sorry says, $125 gets you straight to the head of the line. You don't have to be a part of the alliance. You don't have to be part of the group.
Wait a minute.
And the biggest thing is you don't have to wait. You hop, skip, and jump right in front of everybody. $125 gets you there. You do that 3 times, and then get mashed down to the $75 rate for perpetuity.
Yes!
Also, there is a band review option. So if you've got a band and you're trying to get your band some exposure, hit me up at instory@gmail.com, and I'll show you the details about how to pull that off.
You can also jump on Patreon, and there is a option on the tiers to be able to get your band reviewed. Yep. Obviously, we can't lie to you, so we can't guarantee a positive review. Get what you get.
It's just rubbish.
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 That's British for garbage.
My favorite is a community option. $1 at the gate gets you in at Patreon. You get to join an alliance. The alliance joins their points together, and that helps determine what songs that we do.
The alliances hang out on Discord.
Message me on Patreon to get the link.
And they do all kinds of other cool things. They do Minecraft, Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. It's really a community within the community. Anybody can go in the village, facebook.com/VinandSorry. There's 160,000+ people on the channel. What's cool about the Discord is that it offers a real opportunity for community connection, friendship, that type of thing.
And it's on Discord, so if you're not a Facebook person, it's for you.
You start off at $1.
Right.
Plus you get exclusives. Sorry and I are working on a song. So the first 15 seconds of that was on Patreon. Also, at $15 tier and above, when we actually debut the video, they're going to be there live with us. There you are, dear listener.
Buy merch.
Buy merch indeed. A child shall lead them.
To buy our merch.
Yes, dear listener. Yes, dear listener. Yes, dear
DJ
listener.
Mojo in the house, you guys. A Savatage stream in the works.
We're in the midst of it. It's not in the works. We in it. We in it right now. We in it right now.
Yeah, I guess I was thinking works as in the midst of, but
what's wrong
works
with you?
more sounds like it's what goes before the stream starts. All right, well, we are in the midst of a DJ stream. Savatage, the next one that we're going on to.
What? That isn't what we meant?
Okay, so
this isn't what we meant.
Is the name This Isn't What We Meant?
Yep, is the name of the song.
I feel like that's what I say, like, as a parent almost every day. I'm like, this is not what I meant. What are you guys doing?
Okay.
All right.
This isn't what
Let's
we
see
meant.
what DJ Mojo has to say about the song himself. All right, he says, an old man returns to the city of his birth. He left
Sarajevo
as a young man, traveling the world, making his living as a professional cellist. He hasn't been back in decades. As he makes his way to the city square, he's horrified to find the city a smoking
This
vent.
isn't what we meant. It's talking about Yugoslavia and all the other.
Yeah,
beautiful
I'm not
things.
getting the Romeo and Juliet vibes anymore. Like that was literally just the first one, right?
Well, no, the song, the second song was Homeboy doing the mortar bombing, and then the third song, which we just reviewed, was a homegirl going to the local market to buy guns and stuff.
Oh,
So
right.
the Romeo and Juliet angle's still there because they're on opposite sides.
Yeah.
And they're both purchasing weapons to kill each other, but they don't know it yet. See what I'm saying?
Yeah, okay.
All right. Here we go, guys. Savatage, This Isn't What We Meant. Let's do it.
We dared to ask for more, but that was long before the nights began to burn. You would have thought we'd learned you can't make promises all based upon tomorrow. Happiness, security are words we only borrowed for. Is this the answer to our prayers? Is this what God has said? Please understand this isn't what we meant. The future couldn't last. We've nailed it to the past. With every word a trap that no one can take back from all the architects who find their towers leaning. And every prayer we pray at night has somehow lost its meaning. For is this the answer to our prayers? Is this what God has said? Please understand this isn't what we meant. A long time ago when the world was pretty, standing right here in a different city, and not coming back anymore, and not coming back anymore. Is this the answer to our prayers? Is this what God has said? Please understand this isn't what we meant.
You know,
That was deep.
The 80s music, this is gonna be a little bit weird, but when I was able to start listening to music, like somewhere around when I was like 12, there was some music and it was Christian music, but the Christians that were like biting off of the secular bands, but I didn't know it at the time, they still did pretty, like, I think Christian 80s music was still pretty good. Like, I feel like that the 80s had something for everybody. Like the Christians put their hat in the ring and did a good job. Now I'm always like, really, that's the best? Or maybe I just haven't really found like the really good ones of like the 2000s. I don't know.
No, I think some of the Christian rap has been pretty. Modern Christian rap, I think, is a lot better than.
You're probably
80s Christian rap.
Oh yeah, you're probably 100% right on that. But I'm not like a big giant rap person. If it's there, I'll like it and I'll enjoy a couple songs that way, but I wouldn't have listened to a whole bunch of it. So I'm more like this style of song, like you could see this in the Christian circle, like this style, you know?
Definitely.
Yeah, and I appreciated that. But
like this is one of those things where it's like, you know, again, I understand, like, you went from glam rock to, you know, Kurt Cobain, who's in his, you know, his flannel shirt or whatever. It looked like he just literally like rolled out of bed.
yeah,
You know what I'm saying? Like, I think that era was good in the emphasis or whatever when we did, you know, Grunge Week or whatnot. Like, cool. However, for me, going to a show like as an event or as a spectacle, I think is necessary. Like, that's one thing. I was listening to like Hulk Hogan talk with Joe Rogan about like his life as a wrestler or whatever, and he was talking about there's a specific moment in time in wrestling called the Attitude Era, when you had The Rock, Stone Cold out there, like they were at the peak. It was just the funnest thing, and like going to one of those shows live was just like incredible. Like, it just you were going to an event
during the Attitude Era. When
you
got to go to some of those?
No, I never got to go. We never had the money for it. But like, people that actually went and like you were in the same building as Stone Cold and The Rock, and
that must have been crazy for them.
It was a crazy spectacle. Like, the last time that something was really like spectacular was when we went to see Brady play, and then we ran into, you know, that whole situation.
Yeah.
That was another like spectacle, like, oh my God, like there's Tom Brady running out on the field type thing. Like,
yeah.
I'm listening to this song and I'm like, yo, like, I'm just imagining the stage, the lights.
I did the same thing on this
in the
song.
late 80s, early 90s.
That's
like,
so crazy.
It would have been a spectacle, and they would have come out, would have been like, ah. Like I said, I do think there's something cool about Kurt Cobain walking out the way that he, you know, whatever, that's fine. But like, this band, like the feel, the energy, and just being dramatic on purpose, like, you know, like they completely like went like classic rock. Like,
yeah, when it was playing,
insane.
I was like, I wish I was at a concert right now listening to this. Now, I can't say because we're not done the record, but the entire thing so far, like, there hasn't been, from my point of view, there hasn't been a throwaway track where I'm like, man.
Right.
Like, all of them have been good so far. So
Right.
I'm like, they're really creating something here.
And then obviously the premise of the song is pretty crazy. It's like, he said, we dare to ask for more. But that was long before the nights began to burn. That's a really interesting line. Because we dare to ask for more. That seems to me to be like, things were going pretty good. And instead of just being grateful with what we had, we asked for more. And there's some sort of like implication, therefore this is why everything went bad.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And people, but I'm not sure that asking for more is automatically a sign of ungratefulness, though. You know, asking for more at some level.
That's so interesting.
Can also be an indication of
Gratefulness.
Gratefulness.
Yeah.
Right? Like, Like if you cook something,
That's what I was thinking. Yeah.
right, for Gordon Ramsay, or let's say a 5-star, one of these fancy schmancy chefs, and you cook something and they ask for more, that's the highest honor they can give you.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So like a lot of people, they talk about it that way. Like if you're already content and happy, you shouldn't ask God for anything else, because that means you're being ungrateful. Just thank God for what you have. You should not ask for anything else. Like there's that kind of mentality that's around.
Well, the Bible talks about like you ask for things. Okay, he says you don't have because you won't ask. So in other words,
Right.
you won't even come to God with the things that you got going on. You won't ask. So that's why you don't have the things that you're looking for. But then he says, but then when you do ask, you ask so that way you can fulfill your own lust. Like you're asking for yourself. Like it's about you, and it's about you having more or whatever. Is what I understood from that.
Well, it says you do not have because you do not ask, and when you ask, you do not receive because you ask. You ask to
ask
spend them
amiss.
on your own, to spend them on your own lusts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's about yourself.
Right.
So
Right.
you know, Gordon Ramsay's is, you know, if you go with that situation, it's okay. That's okay. You're situated. When Gordon Ramsay's asks you for more, he's celebrating the fact that you did such a great job.
Right.
So I think it really, but there are ways where you could ask for more and it's coming from ungratefulness. I mean, we've seen it.
Well, yeah, no, I agree. I mean,
I've done it before.
But that's where superstition comes in. It's kind of like, you know, just because it was true in this particular circumstance, it's now universally true for everybody.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and that's where I think people run into problems. Like, I don't think that, because if that was the case, no American could pray about anything. Because if God judged us that way, he'd be like, well, look at this guy in Africa. He's in a much worse situation than you. So I'm not going to answer your prayer about, you know, your favorite candy bar being in the store or something like that.
No, I don't think that that's true. Wait, I'm not sure exactly where you're going, but maybe I presented my side wrong. Because
I wasn't responding
think...
to your side. I was just saying.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
I'm just saying in general. I think we both agree. It could be a greedy person, an ungrateful person, or it could be a person that's celebrating. Like, we don't know. So if you make a hard and fast rule that it's always one or always the other, that's where you run into superstition. Is when you try to universalize something that happened to a very specific person for a very specific reason. Now you want to universalize it and say this is going to happen every single time. That's where superstition comes from. So like I knew this person who, like, they lost their husband to cancer, and so she became super paranoid that she was going to lose her kids because she loved her kids so much. And she was like, I felt like I lost my husband because I loved him so much that God took him from me. So now she's in the situation where she's terrified because God was going to take her kids because she loves the kids too much. You know what I'm saying? Like, people's screwed up theology. It took me a long time to get her to relax and to get her to understand that, no, God didn't take your husband because you loved him too much. Your husband had cancer before you guys even get married. Ridiculous.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, so, like, there are a lot more direct ways to explain that other than God, whatever. But there's a lot of times that when things go bad, people who are like theologically inclined or religiously inclined, they will try to find a way to justify God for screwing up their life, if that makes any sense. So it's like, oh, these people came and kidnapped us and destroyed the temple. And it wasn't because God was too weak to save. It's because you guys have been worshiping idols. So it's kind of like God did this to you and it's your fault type of thing. And so there are very specific instances in the Bible where that's true, where God explicitly says it. But what ends up happening is that people try to use that as an explanation for every bad circumstance. It's like, you're in this bad situation because God did this to you because he's displeased with you or whatever. And so now when people are praying, they're all screwed up in the head. They're like, what's God gonna, is he gonna be upset at my prayer? Is he gonna look at this prayer as being ungrateful, in which case he's gonna punish me? Like, people doing all this crazy shit in their head because they have this idea that you know, God has a certain line where like you can't ask for any more, because if you start asking for more, you're going to be ungrateful.
Yeah, and I think that's completely untrue. I think that the Bible talks about a prayer of faith, and I think that part of the prayer of faith is that, like, and I would combine it with this, like, I think that there is a gratefulness aspect to stuff, but I think that like when you get to the point where you recognize, the Bible says that everything good comes from God. So the good things that you have in your life are there specifically because God has sent them to you. And whether or not you recognize that those gifts are good, or that you recognize that those gifts came from a good God, is the ball's in your court. But I think that when we're asking for something, like let's say it's the candy bar at the store, but when you get that candy bar, you have a moment with God and you recognize the reason that one of the reasons that candy bar got made the day it got made and got shipped to the store and landed on the shelf at that time was for you. God did that for you. So then it's an opportunity for gratefulness. And you have the story in the Bible about Jesus where he heals these 10 lepers and only one of them comes back to thank him. And I used to think that the story was like only about like one thing where it was, you know, we should always go back and thank God for stuff. But I think that it's broader than that. One, I think that there's, yes, the gratefulness that when something good happens, you don't even have to like remind yourself. Like the minute you see it, like, you know, like when Orion sees his finger healing, there's no other explanation. The first thing that comes to his head is, oh, look, God healed it. So like, I think that when we get to that point where we recognize the good things in our life came from God and we're grateful to him as a result of that, and we can come back and we can thank him, then I think that the thing accomplished its purpose. So I think that you can ask for things that you're interested in or things that you want, but recognizing when those things come into your life that God gave you that, and then coming back and thank you and be like, you know, this chocolate bar or this whatever is great.
Yeah, and there's a different degree of faith that doesn't need an explanation to justify God. So, like, you got these people, and then you got Job's friends. They look at Job's situation and go, for this horrible shit to happen to him, and for God to be in control, Job must have done something to warrant God doing this to him. When, of course, that's not the point of the story. Mm-hmm. The point of the story is you can still be a good person and horrible things will happen to you.
Yeah.
That's one of the 8 million points
right.
of the Job story. But like it's very fascinating to me how religion can really take faith and turn it into something ugly. Because of religious people, specifically people like me, desire to have an answer for everything. People have a hard time saying, I don't know why God did X, mm-hmm. or I don't know why God allowed X, Y, Z, mm-hmm. but I still know that he's good. Right. That takes more faith than saying, this bad thing happened to me because I was ungrateful when I prayed on Tuesday. You are taking a gap where God does not explain something and you're filling it in with something that may or may not be true, mm-hmm. because you can't deal with, I don't know why that happened that way, while simultaneously saying that God is good, because that's another level of faith. For me, I'm at the place where it's like, I don't need necessarily to see why God said no to my prayers every single time, because there have been so many instances in my life where I look back and I go, oh, that's why. So it finally gets me to the point where it's like, whether or not he explained to me why X or Y, Z thing happens is irrelevant.
Yeah. If
it's the best thing for me in the moment, he will explain it to me. If it's not the best thing for me in the moment, he will keep it from me. Mm-hmm. And so that's why that Deuteronomy 29 is my favorite passage. One of my favorite passages. The secret things belong to the Lord, and the things revealed belong to us and our children, so that we might obey all the words of this law. Mm-hmm. I love that passage because it tells me that there are things that the Lord will not share with us. So there are secret things.
Yeah.
He has a logic, he has an algorithm, he has a plan, he has a purpose that is above my pay grade and not communicated to me. And those things belong to him, and I will never know on this brief side of the hologram why XYZ thing happened. And then he says, but I've revealed a lot of shit to you. So the things that I've actually revealed to you, actually go out and do them. The things revealed belong to us and our children, so that we might obey all the words of this law. Don't worry so much about God's like secret decree. Like, because you can't do anything with something you don't know. Worry about what God has already told you and showed you, and worry about educating your kids in that way. But that takes years and years of years to where I don't need an explanation from God for XYZ. And a lot of times I don't even ask the question, why? Not because I don't want to know, but because I know it's going to get answered at some point, here or over there. And I truly don't really need to know the answers to those questions anymore a lot of times. Because to me, it's like, it's incidental because I know it's going somewhere. But again, like I've walked with Jesus my entire life. You know, that's a process.
There's a verse that talks about that God is working all things out for your good if you're called according to his purposes. Is that the one where it says acknowledge him in all your ways? Yeah. And he will direct your paths. Okay, so basically you have this idea that, you know, while you're focusing on God and you're just trying to, you know, go his way and base your decisions and your life choices off of what's going to bring you closer to him, then in the meantime, he's working out everything for your good. So when something happens that is sad or upsetting to me, I've been trying to look at it from that lens. Orion, I've been trying to look at it from that lens and say, okay, it doesn't matter what it looks like in the moment. There's an overall principle that I'm able to pull out of the scriptures, and I can have an understanding about God that he is working all things for my good. And it says that God sent Jesus to us, so he's the exact imprint of the nature of God. So what we see in Jesus in the Bible, you can read his life story. So when you're seeing that, that's supposed to explain to us what God is, like how God is. Like, this is what God is like. And what God did in that interaction was he put Jesus to death so that way I could find my way back to him. So in that situation, we see that even though there's a bad situation, God is working it out for a good, and it's going to be an ultimate good, because at the end of the story, Jesus doesn't stay dead. He rises from the dead. He sits at the right hand of the Father. It's like this amazing story. So in my life, I can take that same principle and say, if God is the same yesterday, today, and forever, then if he's working something out for my good, then he's going to keep working it out for my good. And even when it looks bad on the day of crucifixion and the sky darkened and weird things were happening in that city when Jesus was dying on the cross, if you're in that time period, it looks really, really bad. But 3 days later, he rises from the dead. So in my life, when a bad thing happens, I can say, okay, today it's the dark day. Today it might be Friday. But there is going to come a 3 days that will pass, and God is going to bring life out of this situation, because that's who he is. And even though I change and my opinions change, and I'm not the same person that I was 10 years ago, and I'm not the same person I'm going to be 5 years from now, for good or for evil, God is the same, and he's always going to be good. So in the end, ultimately, because we can't see the end from the beginning, he is working everything for the good. So that's kind of how, you know, you can traverse that. That's what I've been really trying to like grow and apply more and more in my life every single day.
What'd you get the song?
I liked this one not as much as the other ones, but I gotta say the guitar work, I agree. I think it is very guitar driven, because usually I don't even pick up on something being guitar driven. Yeah. But I'm definitely I do hear the drums in there. I appreciate the drum work that they're doing too, because they're doing some like, I don't know how to explain it. In my mind, I like see these notes getting hit, bing, 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 and usually the drum sound goes like this to me. But visually, what I'm seeing in my mind when they're drumming is like they're creating this other thing. It's a different type of drumming. It feels like or maybe it's just that I'm paying attention to it more. But certainly, the guitar work, again, more that same sound, that 80s sound that I like, and they're very good at what they do. I'm gonna give this one a 9.
A 9.3 for me. 9.3, dear listener.
More to come.
More to come. We are doing an entire album review of the band Savatage. Be there or be square. What?
A picture of the human.
Yes, I've got multiple pictures of a very beautiful human. Very beautiful human. I should say so myself. We shall be coming back.
Watch our kids playing with her.
I know. It'll happen, inshallah. It'll happen, inshallah.
I'm sorry.
If you would like to get your song reviewed, dear listener, there's the Filthy Capitalist option. As Sorry says, $125 gets you straight to the head of the line. You don't have to be a part of the alliance. You don't have to be part of the group.
Wait a minute.
And the biggest thing is you don't have to wait. You hop, skip, and jump right in front of everybody. $125 gets you there. You do that 3 times, and you get mashed down to the $75 rate for perpetuity.
Yes!
Also, there is a band review option. So if you've got a band and you're trying to get your band some exposure, hit me up at itstory@gmail.com, and I'll show you the details about how to pull that off.
You can also jump on Patreon, and there is a option on the tiers to be able to get your band reviewed. Obviously, we can't lie to you, so we can't guarantee a positive review. Get what you get.
It's just rubbish.
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 That's British for garbage.
My favorite is a community option. $1 at the gate gets you in at Patreon. You get to join an alliance. The alliance joins their points together, and that helps determine what songs that we do.
The alliances hang out on Discord.
Message me on Patreon to get the link.
And they do all kinds of other cool things. They do Minecraft, Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. It's really a community within the community. Anybody can go in the village, facebook.com/VinandSory. There's 160,000+ people on the channel. What's cool about the Discord is that it offers a real opportunity for community connection, friendship, that type of thing.
And it's on Discord, so if you're not a Facebook person, it's for you.
You start off at $1.
Right.
Plus you get exclusives. Sory and I are working on a song. So the first 15 seconds of that was on Patreon. Also, at $15 tier and above, when we actually debut the video, they're going to be there live with us. There you are, dear listener.
Buy our merch.
Buy our merch indeed. A child shall lead them.
To buy our merch.
Yes, dear listener. Yes, dear listener. Yes, dear listener.
Right.
We are in the midst of the Savatage entire album review, dear listener. The entire record is being reviewed.
All right. So we have the next coming up right now is obviously
Would
the
you say
band.
the next episode?
I don't know what else to say. The next
this
chunk
is-
that we're gonna do is tracks 8, 9, and 10 together. So with Savatage, it's got Savatage, Mozart and Madness, Memory, and Dead Winter Dead, which it would be the title track. This is what our homie DJ Mojo has to say. Tracks 8, 9, and 10 tracks 8 and 9 are instrumentals. Because of this, it might be best to listen to the next 3 tracks before doing any commentary. All right. After the old man finishes his prayer, the son...
Wait. So I think we could do this. I think we could make this work. Because the last song we did was... This is on What We Meant, right? That was song 7.
So it doesn't matter.
Stand by, listener. That's not the entire record.
That's why I said it. Maybe it didn't end up getting...
That's a 1-minuter.
Yeah. Why can't you put...
failed
Babe,
us.
listen, I think I have an idea. But I don't know this program as well as you. Can you put all 3 videos up there and just stack them?
No, you cannot.
And you can't pause them? Oh.
No. All right. So we will listen to Mozart and Madness, and I want to do this the right way.
Yeah, so we've got Mozart and Madness, and then we're going to do Memory. And then it's going to be Dead Winter.
Okay, so we'll listen to those 2 and then come back to Dead Winter. Make sense?
You're going to play all 3 in a row?
Yeah.
Okay. Yep.
Not Sabotage like the Beastie Boys. Savatage like the band. All right, here we go.
Okay.
Mozart and Madness. Get your headphones. Okay. Let's do it. commentary first. There was commentary. Okay, so.
I thought I read that already. Did I not?
Go ahead. After the old man finishes his prayer, the sun is beginning to set. The first shells of the nightly artillery barrage are beginning to arc overhead, instead of him making his way to the shelters with the rest of the civilians. He climbs to the top of the rubble that used to be the fountain in the square. He takes out his cello and begins to play Mozart, Beethoven, and compositions from the rest of the masters. This is a ritual he would continue every night forward. So Jon and Katrina find themselves listening night after night
Okay.
to this cellist here.
I see. Going back because there was 3 songs, so I think he must have had 3.
8, 9, and 10. It was Mozart and Madness Memory, and then
click on Show More to make sure that we got. Oh, that's why we didn't.
Sorry. More. Okay, so Mozart and Madness conveys the old man's nightly performances, completely disregarding the explosions happening around him as he plays. It starts as a simple melody played with piano and cello. The entire band eventually comes in, and then in the middle, an entire orchestra comes in, which we heard.
Yeah.
The music the orchestra and band are playing is from the first movement of Mozart's 25th Symphony. Many will recognize this. It's a timeless masterpiece. It's also a composition Mozart wrote when he was just 17.
That's freaking insane. What
Dorian's
in
age.
the world? What in the world?
Dorian's age. Let that sit for a minute. I'll wait. So the first question I imagine one would ask when learning this is, if Mozart had written his 25th symphony by 17, how old was he when he wrote his first? And the answer is 8.
Are you kidding me?
Now let that sink in. What a disaster.
Still waiting.
Of a
when we
waste
talk
of a
about
human being my life has been.
master musicians today like Edward Van Halen or Jimi Hendrix or even master of any other field, not just music. We speak in general.
Generational terms.
Someone like this comes along once in a generation. Someone like Mozart, someone like him comes along once, maybe twice in a century, if even that. In this short life, he composed over 800 works. As a young boy, he quickly became proficient at piano and violin and began composing masterful works by the age of 5. Don't tell your kids this. You'll give them a complex. Orion? Winky face. Also, the character of the old man is actually based on a true story. Wow. This character is based on Vedran. Please read his name. I don't want to disrespect him.
Vedran Smoljakovic.
The cellist of
Sarajevo,
who became famous for playing his cello in the city square nightly during the bombings. Asked in an interview why he did this, his response was, it was his way of showing that despite all evidence in the contrary, there was still humanity left in this place.
All right.
Sorry for the lengthy history lesson.
Okay, so now the
Wait,
next
did I
song
read
we're
them all?
moving into is Memory, which is a song you're about to hear right now, dear listener. Memory is a short instrumental that, even though it's listed as a separate track, makes a perfect intro to the next track, Dead Winter Dead. Memory is the main motif from Beethoven's final 4th movement of his 9th symphony, which was the last symphony he composed. It's titled Ode to Joy. I'm pretty sure we did Ode to Joy. It will be a very recognizable melody to many, even if you don't know where it's from. You've heard it. It is a timeless piece of music here, and it's arranged for 2 guitars.
Wow, okay.
Then I'm going to read Dead Winter Dead, because what we're going to do is we're going to go straight from Memory, which is a instrumental, into Dead River Dead. Shout out to Kellandros.
Dead Winter Dead.
Kellandros is here. Shout out to him. And now here is also the little summary for Dead Winter Dead, which we're going to go right into after this one.
Dead Winter Dead is the part of the story where if this were a war movie written in the 80s, this would be the part where there is a montage with an image of calendar superimposed over it with pages being ripped off and lit on fire. Basically, days turn into weeks, weeks turn into months, and months turn into years, and there is no end in sight. The war rages on. The atrocities being reported only get more egregious.
All right. On that positive note, the next 2 songs, dear listener, are going to be the instrumental called Memory, and then right into the song Dead Winter Dead, which is the title track. Let's do it.
Okay.
Metal time.
Feel the rush in the back of your head. Breathe it in, breathe it in. Isn't that what they said? As you stood in the night, neath the glow of their fires. Watch it burn, watch it burn, watch it reach through the night. Feel the heat, feel the heat.
guys are bad, bad, bad people.
Are they talented?
Extremely talented. Once again, if I was an alcoholic, I would not be driving. I would not take the route home that
By the
includes a bar. If I was a recovering alcoholic, I would stay as far away from the bar as I possibly could.
Really?
You pause and think about that, dear listener. Back to our regularly scheduled program, already in progress. This song was incredible. This song was very, very heavy. This is another heavy song that if I was at a show, this would probably be my favorite song of the show. This is my favorite song of the night so far. We got other songs to do.
Oh,
We've been
really?
doing the entire
so
Savatage record. I think this is the title track. Dead Winter Dead. It's talking about Sarajevo and all the shit that happened during that conflict. The Serbians versus the Bosnians, Slobodan Milosevic, all that good stuff.
Well, I mean, it's funny because when this song first started, it was like not getting a super high rating
From you?
Yeah,
Because
then I just wasn't.
You
You know,
weren't
at
feeling
first
it.
I was like, but then as the song progressed, I was like, and the score bumped up. Then it bumped up some more. Then it bumped up some more. A lot of times when a song progresses, for me, like it will like lose its luster as it goes on. But this one kept gaining points as it progressed. So yeah, I was vibing.
There are times in a band's like life cycle when you just caught them in a perfect window of time that can never be replicated again. Like Korn, that first Korn record, like just those guys' personal biography and just the time period they were at as far as where music was, it was just a perfect window that it's never going to get replicated again. And like this band, like you have the controversy with the guitar and you're not really part of the band, you're really part of the band, and the main dude in the band dies in a car accident. And like, so these guys coming together, forming the band, having to prove something. You know what I'm saying? Like having to prove that as a band, you were not a one-man band, or having to prove that you should have been known as a permanent member of the band regardless. Like they both kind of came into the situation with something to prove sonically, and like the passion with which that's coming out in the musicianship. And I don't think, I think again, that's just a lot of that has to do, with the inherent talent of the musicians, but I also think it has to do with like just their current social context and what they're dealing with.
Yeah.
And that comes out in guitar, and it comes out in a way where it's just it's just really good music. Like you've got an entire record now where every single guitar riff is crazy, everything fits. It's just such a perfect mixture right now. Sonically, I'm really feeling these guys right now. It's just crazy.
Yeah, the sound is so big too. They're I love the actual audio quality of it,
Right.
as well as the way that they're playing. But like I feel like that, like sometimes something sounds big, but the production is small, or something like sometimes like the production is really big, but the music itself wasn't that great. This one I felt like that they matched, like the production matched how well they did, matched the actual structure of the song, and just kind of like it brought you a theatrical performance start to finish. So far, I mean, I would hope they don't bomb in the last few, but I mean, so far it's been pretty crazy. So yeah, for sure.
Agree.
We have some lyrics, right?
Yeah, well, yeah, this was in the liner notes, this thing right here. And when he came upon the schoolyard, there were bodies on the floor. Every war must have its bodies. But this, my friends, was so much more. For the mind gets used to bodies, whether singly or in piles, but it cuts the mind more deeply when the body is a child's. So that was in the liner notes of the album, like in that song, because you're going to schools, and I imagine they're on retrieval operations to pick up these bodies, but you're dealing with the bodies of little kids. And that just talks about like the perpetual nature of war if it's happening with kids. You know what I'm saying? Like you're supposed to stop the killing relative to the kids.
Women and children first.
Especially in a post-Geneva Convention world. You know, it's like one of the big moments for me was we're doing Lord of the Flies at AP English. And our teacher, actually, this was the essay that got me moved from regular English to AP English.
Okay.
So she had us write essays, and I had to write an essay on, you know, what the rescue said about the overarching commentary on the book, because the kids got rescued or whatnot.
Right. By that big warship.
They got rescued by a warship. And so it was like, these kids are... I took an extremely pessimistic view of the rescue by a warship, in the sense of the entire time the premise of the book was these kids are like spinning out of control because they don't have adult supervision, right? Like that was the idea. Like right from the beginning, the protagonist claims that his father's coming back for him and everything's going to be okay once his father comes back to him. So
he said that commentary is actually for the next episode.
right from the beginning, you hear like this, the child's mind that, oh, the adults are going to come and rescue us. Yeah. And so all through the book, there's no adults there, and they're like spiraling into just crazy behavior, and eventually they end up factionalizing and then going to war and killing each other, all types of crazy shit. Then finally, it turns out that they do show up, and there is a ship, and the surviving kids get rescued, but they get rescued by a warship. Mm-hmm. And my angle in the essay was basically that there was no happy ending, because the point of the story was there is no escape from the island, because these kids are the sons and daughters of parents who are at war themselves, and they got rescued by a warship, which is indicative of the fact that the kids are never going to get off the island, because wherever that boat is going to dock is going to be another island of war. That was the idea. The idea is this is human nature. Lord of the Flies is human nature. And the reason the kids ended up factionalizing and massacring each other was not because there were no adults there. The adults were doing it at a much more efficient level, as the kids were doing it at a primitive level on the island. You know, they had masks and like makeshift spears and all the rest of it. So that was the point of the story. The point of the story was ultimately a commentary on human nature, that all of us are screwed up and there is no real solution to the problem. And so when they made a big deal about that, blah, 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 and I ended up in AP English the next, semester or whatever. But like that was a crazy moment for me, like reading that book and realizing like them getting rescued by a warship is like a complete concession to the fact that these poor kids were never stood a chance, unfortunately.
Yeah. I think that like kind of shows itself too in like when you see what adults do in the places that they work, the way that they treat other people, the way that they treat homeless people, the way that they treat people that are clearly in a worse situation than them. Mm-hmm. Like, but then there's all these, like if you sat in on a daycare, nobody's gonna let the kids treat each other like that. People are gonna be like, you can't do that. That's wrong. That's not nice. Mm-hmm. But then go out and do the same things as an adult. The same me first mentality that people have that just makes them stomp all over everybody else around them and not be able to actually be empathetic and hear like what other situations people are in. And
exactly.
It's so there's the war situation that we're talking about, but then it's just like everyday life, the war that is life, and the way that we treat each other and how we exacerbate the pain that we are all experiencing, or that you have two choices when you engage with people. You're going to make their life more difficult, or you're going to make their life easier. And it's just, how are you going to engage people that just regular, like customer service phone call, like some of us, we get on those customer service and we're already agitated, or you're in line at the grocery store and you're angry because it's taking so long. And so then you take it out on the cashier who's been working all day long. When when you're at work, you don't want people doing that to you, Like, we all need just a bit of kindness. Again, I'm going to bring back that parable that I talked about where that person goes back and thanks Jesus. And like, I'm telling you guys, everybody should apply that. Like, when somebody helps you out there, like, it's a cruel, cold world sometimes. If you go out there and somebody gives you a bit of kindness, or you give somebody a bit of kindness, like that's the shit right there. Like, go back and thank people when they help you out and they make your day a little bit easier. Go back and be a source of encouragement for them. Like, give back to people. Like, how can we take care of each other better? But yeah, that war thing's crazy.
It is it's a crazy idea to me that my kids have only been born in war. Like this GWAD, like, it's crazy. Like, that you got people that their entire educational experience was that our country is at war.
Yeah.
And for the vast majority of my educational experience, we were not. I mean, we had Desert Storm, which I didn't really understand at the time. It really wasn't a war in my opinion, like in my old child mind, you know what I'm saying? Because it was so one-sided. But like, we've become almost desensitized to that collectively as a nation. Like, first of all, like, these are illegal wars. Like, Korean War was illegal. Like, I think the last one, like, where Congress actually voted and said, yeah, we're going to go to war, was like World War II. All these other, that's why you had terms like conflicts and operations, Operation Desert Storm, yada, 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 so that you wouldn't have to classify it as a war, so you could circumnavigate the Constitution. But it's just a crazy idea to think that right now, all over the world, you've got American soldiers, like, doing harm to folks, and like we're just sitting here, making commentary on it from the comfort of our homes, and I don't know, like, sometimes, like, the shit that we're just so used to this shit, and like, I try hard to like not become used to it, but like there's a very difficult sort of balance with all that, because I don't want to ever become desensitized, because that's how they get you.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I don't want to become too like overwhelmed either, because you get thrown into a rage, or you just get completely depressed about what's happening to all the people around you. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy.
Yeah, I don't think a whole lot about it. It's like another one of those like topics that if I think too much about it, it's like, it almost like makes it hard to breathe in a sense, because you're like, oh my gosh, like, we're killing people are picking up their kids, like, this is crazy, and there's no end in sight. It's not like we're trying as a country to find a real resolution. We just keep shipping money over, or, it's just crazy. It's crazy. I really liked this song though. Like, the whole thing has just been really good. This one is this is another high score for me. What about you? Were you going into lyrics more or something?
No.
Okay. So I gave this one a 9.6.
I don't know.
And you don't know why? What's your?
Because this was my favorite song on the record.
That's right. That's what you said at the beginning.
So far. So I'm not sure how I feel about doing that. You see what I'm saying?
Okay, so then what are you going to give it?
What did you give it?
I gave it a 9.6, but you said it was, your best one. I think you'd have to put it at a 9.9. Because you've put out some high scores.
Yeah, this was my favorite. Mojo, what's your favorite song on this record?
Maybe it's one that's coming up.
Which is the one coming up?
Well, we have 2 more songs left, right? So.
Yeah, but.
Our Child and Overture.
Yeah. See,
So he might say one of those. I don't know. I don't know which one.
yes, but see, it's the title track of the song of the album. So that's my issue. It's the title track for
the Dead Winter Dead.
Right. So
Yeah.
it's like, are you gonna? Usually, when the band names the song after, names the album after a song, like it's kind of like this album, pretty much does what we say it's gonna do. You see what I'm saying? Like, or this song is like the quintessence.
Okay. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
It should be like the trailer.
Yeah. Like, exactly. Like this kind of brings it all together, type of thing. Okay, so he's saying This Is the Time. What about This Is the Time? That was almost like the first song that was.
Oh, that one is your favorite? This is the time?
Yeah. Well, no. I thought This Is the Time was your favorite.
I thought we were asking Mojo which one his favorite was. Mine, yeah, I think the first one. I think the first one was the one I've rated the highest.
Yeah, that
It was the opener, yeah. Is that what This Is the Time was? Was the very first one?
Oh, okay. Doesn't Matter Anyway is his favorite song.
Oh.
Hey, what's up, Kai? Okay. All right, I'm going to give this one a 9.9. I really enjoyed this song. I thought it was great. I know I read a little ahead with the liner notes thing, but even the liner notes for that was incredible. Like, discovering the child and then discovering the demise of the child is pretty freaking hectic to deal with, but it is. But I mean, it's real shit though. Like, what can you do? Like, that's true. That's what happened. So, I mean, whatever. Okay.
I cannot believe.
I'll give it a 9.9.
That as many people. I cannot believe that people who have children can bomb other people's kids and have no feelings about it. Like, it's so insane to me. Like, now that when I was a kid, you don't understand, but now that I'm a parent, when I think that that's what we're doing in other people's kids, that's just so, I can't believe that we could do that. Like, the love that you have for your own kid, and that it would rip you to pieces to see an arm and a leg, whatever, like, that would just rip your heart out, but we don't care. We're just bomb people for stuff. For stuff. It's just crazy. Like, I don't want to ride my bike to Walmart to get the groceries. Let me be clear. I like driving my vehicle. But if we had to all ride our bicycles there so we could not bomb other people's kids, like, we should all be willing to do whatever to make that happen. That's just so sad.
Doesn't Matter Anyway was Mojo's favorite, which was,
right.
Doesn't Matter Anyway was a heavy song, right? That was the one about the arms dealer, I think. Okay,
Joe
guys.
Carey, we did, I don't know if Ren is that song that came out, where it's the hospital one, but we did a reaction to that. It's on the channel.
The name of the next song is One Child. We will see you on the other side of the break there, listener. We shall return!
Sorry out.
I'm Ben.
I'm sorry.
If you would like to get your song reviewed, dear listener, there's the Filthy Capitalist option. As Sorry says, 125 gets you straight to the head of the line. You don't have to be a part of the alliance. You don't have to be part of the group.
Wait a minute.
And the biggest thing is you don't have to wait. You hop, skip, and jump right in front of everybody. 125 gets you there. You do that 3 times, and then get mashed down to the $75 rate for perpetuity.
Yes!
Also, there is a band review option. So if you've got a band and you're trying to get your band some exposure, hit me up at sorry@gmail.com, and I'll show you the details about how to pull that off.
You can also jump on Patreon, and there is a option on the tiers to be able to get your band reviewed. Obviously, we can't lie to you, so we can't guarantee a positive review. Get what you get.
It's just rubbish.
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 That's British for garbage.
My favorite is the community option. $1 at the gate gets you in at Patreon. You get to join an alliance. The alliance joins their points together, and that helps determine what songs that we do.
The alliances hang out on Discord.
Message me on Patreon to get the link.
And they do all kinds of other cool things. They do Minecraft, Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. It's really a community within the community. Anybody can go in the village. Facebook.com/Ben and Sorry. There's 160,000+ people on the channel. What's cool about the Discord is that it offers a real opportunity for community connection, friendship, that type of thing.
And it's on Discord, so if you're not a Facebook person, it's for you.
You start off at $1.
Right.
Plus you get exclusives. Sori and I are working on a song. So the first 15 seconds of that was on Patreon. Also, at $15 tier and above, when we actually debut the video, they're going to be there live with us. There you are, dear listener.
Buy our merch.
Buy our merch indeed, a child shall lead them.
To buy our merch.
Yes, dear listener, yes, dear
Orion,
listener, yes, dear
stop
listener.
that.
We are in the midst of the freaking band of the night,
You
Savatage.
guys, Savatage. All right, up next.
I don't know if they're power metal or not, but they're something, but they're really, really good. And again, I always feel a little bit bad doing this, but it is what it is. So our DJ tonight is DJ Mojo, and DJ Mojo has given us a lot of context for the song, but he's not giving away like every single jot and tittle.
No.
But there's a context. If you looked at what was going on in Sarajevo between the Serbs and the Bosnians, Milosevic, all that jazz, there's an entire record about this from a band that is killing it right now. Like I said, I don't know if they're a power metal band or whatever, but they have power metal elements in them. Everybody knows I hate power metal, but I do like this band.
You've said that twice in the very recent.
Yeah, there was a
reactions.
power metal song yesterday that I was certain I was going to dislike.
I'm just saying.
But I liked a lot.
Maybe you don't hate them like you think you do.
Well, I mean,
Maybe you're.
it's been a power.
Maybe
There is a specific reaction that we didn't even publish for almost a year, and that was only that a power. It was a power metal band. That was the only band we'd ever done that to. So do what you will with that, dear listener.
All
Track
right.
number 11 is called "One Child from Savatage." Fast forward. It's now late December 1994, and the war has been raging for 4 years now with no end in sight. So Jon is on patrol and happens on a schoolyard playground covered in fresh snow from the night before. Even the fresh snow isn't enough to hide what has happened there, though. The playground is the playground is littered with the bodies of young children who were playing when a mortar round landed
that's what
there.
I mean. Oh my god. Oh.
It is one thing to drop rounds into a mortar tube and quite another to see where they land. So Jon makes a decision then and there to desert his unit and flee from the war at his first opportunity.
I've written previously that Savatage has produced some horrendous videos for their songs. Most are completely dated to the era they were released in. They released a video for this song and it actually is quite good in my opinion, so I'm including a link so that you can watch it on the side if you choose. But beware, it's an edited version of the song, so it's a little shorter than the recorded track. I did download that in case you want to play it on the side, because I didn't want to mess with our internet. There's a big vocal section in the song and a small part of it was edited out of this version. I suspect this was done because there are a couple of lines in this section that could be seen as sacrilegious by some and possibly offensive. Believe me, you've heard worse in other songs. I am sure we have. But I understand why they took it out for the video version, hoping also that it might find its way onto the radio. One quick word about these big vocal sections that the band does. This is the only second one that they had done. Oh wow, it's only the second one. The first was Chance on the previous album, which you reacted to. The big vocals kind of became a signature thing that they would do at least once on future albums. Everyone in this band can sing their asses off, and they could and did perform these big vocal sections live. Okay.
Damn.
I knew we were going to ask that question.
Yeah.
Can they do it live though?
Yeah.
Can they do it live? When I'm practicing my vocals, I'm like, can you do it live though? Sorry.
Shout out to Great 01. All right, here
Without
we
a
go.
mic. Yeah. All right, let's go.
Here we go, guys. Get ready. It's a tough one. Okay, now he says we've got the actual the official video on it.
I downloaded both. So you've got right here is the one that they're gonna watch, and then this is the
one child.
well, I don't know.
That
The one that says official, yeah. Then we just
Okay.
play that one on the side, I guess.
it's slightly edited.
Yeah, it's a little shorter, so it doesn't, you know.
Let's do
So
that.
we can't play it for you, dear listener, because if we do, it's gonna get for one, they'll shut down the reaction. You'll miss a chunk of it. You'll miss a chunk of it. But for two, we also can't play it because it could get a strike on the channel. So we're just gonna play the non-official for you guys, but the DJ requested that we see the official, and we can always do that if you just specify for your reactions. You're the boss for the night. So DJ Mojo wants us to watch it on the side, which we're going to be doing. And in the meantime, you guys are going to get to check out One Child by Savatage. It's going to be crazy, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Oh no.
And no, we're in good shape.
Oh my God, that's scary.
We've got.
I thought Amy said, "So sorry to hear about Great Old One." I thought something bad happened. Okay.
Something bad happened to his sister. He lost his sister.
Oh shoot! I'm sorry to hear that, buddy.
Her Encyclopedia Metallum. They are heavy power metal, progressive metal rock themes, dark fantasy, horror, metal, early real life stories, and introspection later on in the band. So there you go. That gives us who they are. Let me pull this up and put it in the other One Child. Here we go. Okay, so we've got the official here, and then they've got the non-official there. Vid and Sorry, DJ Mojo, you know what time it is. Savatage, One Child, let's go to work.
One child stood before the altar. One child stood out in the rain. One child spent his time imagining, and I don't believe he's coming home again, home again, home. Right there in the earth, I've been drawing a line. I'm digging it deep, don't know if I'll find a tunnel out, so we all can be saved. If not, just take this earth and bury me, for this will be my grave. One child hid inside the darkness. One child never said a thing. One child closed his eyes and disappeared. But at night I still can hear him whispering, whispering, whisper. Right there in the earth, I've been drawing a line. I'm digging it deep, don't know if I'll find a tunnel out, so we all can be saved. Take this earth and bury me, 'cause this will be grave. I will believe in you if you still want me to, or tell me I'm on my own. There on the other side, tell me the pilots died and we're no longer alone. Take your answers and your promises, believe me, I don't care. I have held on to your words until I found them only air. What good are your promises if you can always take them back? Still I hang on every word till my hands are bleeding. I will believe in you if you still want me to, or tell me I'm on my own. There on the only up on my visions that nobody else here can see. We're on our own, nothing left except tomorrow. We have nothing else on our own. We're on the road, only up on my visions that nobody else on our. I will believe in you if you still want me to. Tell me I'm on my own. They're on the other side. Tell me the pilots died and we're no longer around. Right there in the earth, I've been drawing a line. I'm digging it deep. Don't know if I'll find a tunnel out, so we all will be saved. If not, just take this earth and bury me, for this will be my
Jeez,
How
man.
long was that? 5 minutes. Boy, they put a lot in that. It was so full.
Yeah, that 5 minutes 14.
It just takes you places. And that, so the official video, I have to say, I would love to be at a bonfire that big.
Well, I guess you could call that a bonfire.
Well, no, I'm talking about the music video. They had an actual, like, a bunch of stuff they were burning in the back.
Yeah, I don't know if that. I don't think it was supposed to communicate a bonfire though.
Well,
It's supposed to communicate like a
but that is
landmine
what they
going off
had.
on a
Yeah,
heist.
they had a lot of.
It's a landmine going off in a school. Like,
Yeah, okay, so anyway, I just needed to say I love big giant bonfires. But anyway, I understand what they were trying to communicate in the video. When they had the kids running around with the explosions happening behind them and they were they were running around those crosses and stuff, that was crazy.
Homegirl used to do that. Princess Diana, you ever still alive? Go that way. Get away from you're gonna do something to the camera, girl. We know. I know, come on. Later, Sadie. Yeah, man, like Princess Diana was really, really big on that. She used to do that a lot. Like it was her and Mother Teresa, like they joined forces, they were doing this thing about the kids and the landmines and all that stuff. Like she was I wish you don't have people like that anymore. You used to have Mother Teresa, and I understand like Mother Teresa was like
All right, sit right here.
Mother Teresa wasn't like a perfect person or whatever.
Yeah.
Okay, fine. But like you had figures like that.
Yeah.
Like growing up, you had like Mother Teresa, people like that like kept you, because this was before the internet really, really blew up and you didn't get your news from the internet. So like a celebrity, if they would like, set up orbit around a given cause or whatever, that's the only way you saw things happening. That's the only reason the news would cover it. You see what I'm saying?
Right, yeah.
So like,
yes.
Princess Diana, that was like a really, really big thing for her.
She drew attention to that stuff.
Drawing attention to the shit that was happening with the kids, and the minefields and stuff. I forgot where it was.
I wanted to be on their team when I was a kid. I'm not gonna lie. But then Mother Teresa was Catholic, so that was like bad. And then I didn't hear anything about Princess Diana's religion or anything, so I was like, I probably couldn't be part of our team.
Yeah, like she like, yeah, but like, and that zombie song was kind of about that too. Like, rest in peace to Homegirl. But the zombie song was about, kids dying because of the troubles of war between Protestant and Catholics and all this. Like, so that was in my consciousness growing up because you had famous people that were doing all that shit. You just can't imagine, like, as the song is going on, I'm looking at these lyrics, I'm looking at this video. I wish you guys could have seen the video. It starts off by saying like 14 million kids have been killed in war, which was true in like 1990 something. It's like 30 million now. It's more than duplicated that number in such a very short period of time. But like, it does show the kids And like, definitely videos like in the early 90s and stuff when they had kids involved. Kids were still sacred. Like, it was still like everybody's heart stopped when kids got involved. Now, not so much. Like, kids, like the whole thing where like everybody kind of
People
like
care more about the law than they care about the kids.
Yeah.
They
like,
should have come in legally.
Yeah, like before.
Who cares that those kids are trapped in cages? Or,
like
or
before.
that they're being molested on the border. Who cares? They should have come in legally.
You remember like all the commercials? They used to just have the starving kid and that was it.
Yeah.
Because people were like, holy shit, we don't want to see kids starve. Now, like, when's the last time you seen a starving child commercial? Like, people just don't care. They don't, you know, like we've become a really like universally a hardened group of people when it comes to the suffering of children. I remember, and shout out to our group for this, but like I remember when the famine, you know, the humanly orchestrated famine was affecting Yemen, and there was this little kid, and it was a girl actually, and she was just, you couldn't even decipher her as a human being, you know, and she, you know, she became kind of like a flashpoint for everything, and everybody was like, we can't let her starve to death, and so there was a big push to get food down in Yemen. Of course, that child did end up dying, obviously. The food got to them too late, but like, that was kind of like one of the last times, like, where people were putting up kids and saying, look, this is happening to kids. You know, back in the day, that used to be like a universal, like everybody was going to drop what they were doing, but now it's not like that anymore. So like you got these, that's what I'm saying, like I wish people could have seen the videos. Like you get these big rock stars, like with the long hair, you know, cool, proficient in their instruments, and then they're like these little kids
running
and
around
like
in the night.
You know, he's giving a kid, you know, flower. Like it's just a crazy juxtaposition that shows like how far we've fallen, just like as people, and our capacities for empathy. And look, even if you want to look at it from a secular perspective, it cannot be good from a natural selection perspective that you've got an entire species that no longer has a soft spot for the demographic that represents the future of your species. Like resentment or apathy towards children is ultimately resentment and apathy towards humanity itself. And so, you know, it was just a crazy time looking back. It's like, it's horrible that it happened to those kids, but like, I almost miss living in a time period where a band like this would take all their coolness and all their street cred and all their talent and pour it into something this meaningful, particularly about kids, and to be like, yo, we're metalheads, we're this, we're that, but we got a soft spot for kids. Like, you know, we're gonna be badasses, but we're gonna center kids in this song. Like, to me, it's that's a beautiful thing about like the 80s and 90s. Like, charity in the 80s and 90s was like help people, you
Wear
know?
a pin.
Yeah, it was like the big help.
Yeah.
Like Nickelodeon had this thing called the Big Help.
Mm-hmm.
And it was cool, man. Like they made it cool to like be empathetic about other people. And so I'm like looking at this, that's what I'm saying. Like I wish you guys could have seen the official video. Like I'm looking at this band and it's like there's just so much empathy for kids and stuff, and you know, they're playing in the, you know, some backyard or some school or something like that. I just like, I love that. I love like that kind of, I remember that kind of energy where it's like, we can all help and every little thing you do makes a difference. And like seeing it on Nickelodeon and seeing it on, it's like everybody was being challenged to be an empathetic person. And now it's like, I don't know, man. I don't know. We lost that somewhere along the line. Like we lost that shit. Yeah. So
that's interesting. I wonder.
But metalheads haven't changed. Like we've literally, like our channel and our community, like we're not a very big community. We've literally like generated thousands and thousands of dollars in revenue, and literally our group, we've been able to help the like people literally like all over the world, particularly kids. So our group is our community is pulling its total weight for sure.
Speaking of which, we actually have another organization or group that works with partners with us here and again when they're doing something. I've already posted it on Facebook. But maybe I'll post another time, and I'll also put it up on Patreon. Even if you're not a Patreon member, you can go and read the person's story. But basically, this mother that is in need of help, she got cancer while she was pregnant, and they told her, you're going to have to abort your baby. And that's because you're going to have to start the treatments. And she refused to do it. She went through with the pregnancy, delivered the baby. I think that they're like 8 months like post-delivery at this point. But her cancer had returned, and so they started treatment. But now they're saying that the type of treatment that she needs is not one that the hospital provides, and that they're basically just, it's a death sentence is kind of what they were saying. So she found another organization that has treatments for what she has, and they're pretty hopeful about where it's going to go. But it's a really expensive endeavor because they have to pay it all out of pocket. Anyway, long story short is they have to raise $60,000 to save her life and hopefully keep her around for her baby and for her husband and for whatever else that she's gonna accomplish in her life. So if anybody can help out, and I know that it sounds kind of like, you know, I'm gonna post it on Patreon and I'm gonna post it up on Facebook, but it sounds silly to say, like, you know, if you have $1, like, give $1, but I remember, like, there's so many situations where if just everybody just does a little bit, then we can really get somewhere. So don't feel bad if you can only do $1, because again, like we said before, like what would be better? Like what would you rather see? $100 donation come into your cause, or see $101 people to come in? Like that's a lot of love and support from a lot of different people who want to support you and want to see something good for you. So anyway, if anybody's interested in doing that, like I said, I'm going to post a link up on Patreon. There's still ways for us to get involved and to stay active, to help out other people in our community and outside of our community. She's not part of our community, but they reached out to her because they know, you know, they know about you guys. They know how much help you guys have given in the past. And the last time, it's the same group of people that we all did a baby registry for. And like, she got so many things on one single day when we had announced it, because you guys just, everybody just jumped in on it. So yeah, so if anybody can help out with that, please do. You don't have to be a Patreon member to be able to get this post. I'm going to put it publicly on Patreon. So if I have trouble putting it up on Facebook, because you're going to have to probably put it up on Facebook, but I'll put it up on Patreon. That's where you can get it.
What do you get the song? 9.8 for me. The video was powerful too. If you get the spare time, you want to listen to the song again, watch the video. It was a little bit edited, so like the timestamps are different, but watch the video, y'all. It's pretty powerful. Yeah,
I'm gonna go with a 9.8 as well. I definitely think it deserved that score for sure. We're not done, you guys. Don't worry, the stream is not over. We still have a full review coming up next, so don't touch that dial.
A couple of them. We shall return on the other side of the break, dear listener. Shout out to DJ Freakin' Mojo. Let's go. I'm Ben.
I'm sorry.
If you would like to get your song reviewed, dear listener, there's the Filthy Capitalist option. As Sorry says, 125 gets you straight to the head of the line. You don't have to be a part of the alliance. You don't have to be part of the group.
Wait a minute.
And the biggest thing is you don't have to wait. You hop, skip, and jump right in front of everybody. 125 gets you there. You do that 3 times, and you get mashed down to the $75 rate for perpetuity.
Yes!
Also, there is a band review option. So if you've got a band and you're trying to get your band some exposure, hit me up at itsorry@gmail.com, and I'll show you the details about how to pull that off.
You can also jump on Patreon, and there is a option on the tiers to be able to get your band reviewed. Yep. Obviously, we can't lie to you, so we can't guarantee a positive review. Get what you get.
It's just rubbish.
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 That's British for garbage.
My favorite is a community option. $1 at the gate gets you in at Patreon. You get to join an alliance. The alliance joins their points together, and that helps determine what songs that we do.
The alliances hang out on Discord.
Message me on Patreon to get the link.
And they do all kinds of other cool things. They do Minecraft, Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. It's really a community within the community. Anybody can go in the village, facebook.com/Ben-and-Sorry. There's 160,000+ people on the channel. What's cool about the Discord is that it offers a real opportunity for community connection, friendship, that type of thing.
And it's on Discord, so if you're not a Facebook person, it's for you.
You start off at $1.
Right.
Plus you get exclusives. Sorry and I are working on a song. So the first 15 seconds of that was on Patreon. Also, at $15 tier and above, when we actually debut the video, they're going to be there live with us. There you are, dear listener.
Buy our merch.
Buy merch indeed. A child shall lead them to buy our merch.
To buy our merch.
Yes, dear listener. Yes, dear listener. Yes, dear listener. We are in the midst of the Mojo-sponsored DJ stream of Savatage.
We still have two more songs.
Dead Winter Dead is the name of the record. Yeah, we've got 2 more songs left. So this next one coming up goes by the name of Christmas Eve.
Interesting.
I believe.
Oh, and we're in the middle of this big war, so that's interesting.
In the universe of the record, we're in war. We're in war
That is
time.
kind of crazy that at Christmas time, you know, like you got to put respect on those people that at Christmas stopped fighting for like.
I know.
Can you for 2 seconds not do this? And you know what? That's the other thing too is people like to look at like tribes and stuff that have like a lot of fighting and massacre and be like, wow, those people are like savages. But then here we are doing the same thing, just like there's kids, everything's that are at least, yeah, that's just crazy. That's crazy.
I mean,
it's crazy because we look in judgment on other people that do the self-same thing that we are doing, and we don't recognize, like we don't see ourselves.
Yep.
I recognize myself.
All right,
that's what we should say.
So here we go. Here is a little.
Oh right, we gotta read the intro.
Little pre-scripted beginning. No pressure, guys, for all you DJs out there and aspiring DJs out there. This is really awesome, but
Look,
just because we're celebrating the awesomeness of that does
Mojo did his homework.
Does not obligate other people to do that. Just want to let you know, but it is pretty freaking cool to understand just the context, as well as like it gives you a line of sight to into the mind.
It's true.
Of the DJ.
It's true. It does.
Yeah.
It does. I'm good with it either way. You know how I roll. I'm good with it either way because I also like just go right into the song. So either one works for me. When there's a write up, I'm like, oh, awesome. We're gonna learn some things.
There's a sense in which that this album is essentially an album about the power of music, because what's happening is there's 2 characters during this war and they're on opposite sides. So there's a guy named So Jon and a woman named Katrina. They're on opposite sides of the Bosnian-Serbian conflict. You know, he's joining the military. He's mortaring people. She's joining resistance on the other side. She's going to buy, you know, weaponry from the local weapons dealer. But every night there's this cellist or violinist or whatnot that climbs atop the rubble and is playing all the classical hits. So the last couple songs have just been all around this guy playing the music. And so that's when our 2 protagonists presumably meet each other, is as they're around listening to this guy play his music. So that's where we are in the song. It's Christmas Eve. Several days later, it's Christmas Eve. So Jon and Katrina are listening to the old man's nightly performance from their respective positions of relative safety. This is something they've been doing nightly for as long as they can remember at this point. Tonight, he's playing familiar Christmas melodies instead of the usual music from masters such as Mozart and Beethoven. Both are completely unaware
I just want to point out that you didn't say Bach there.
This will be the old man's final performance. I have a lot to say about this track. I have a love-hate relationship with this song. On the one hand, it's a great song. On the other hand, this song single-handedly sounded the death knell for my favorite band. Even after Paul O'Neill got involved, Savatage had always been one of those B-level bands that always just did enough to get the next record or tour out. Their record sales were always in the hundreds of thousands, not millions. When Dead Winter Dead was released, they noticed that a few radio markets began playing Christmas Eve. They tried to capitalize on this and started aggressively trying to get other radio markets to jump on the bandwagon, and the reaction they repeatedly got was, we're not playing some Christmas song from some over-the-hills 80s hair band looking for a last grasp of fame.
What?
How
about, is the song good or not?
John and Paul both knew
crazy.
they had a potential hit on their hands, and the only thing holding them back was their image, so they decided to repackage the song. They recorded an album consisting of a bunch of Christmas-themed songs, added Christmas Eve, and released a record under the name Trans-Siberian Orchestra. Okay, that's why
Okay.
Kel keeps talking about TSO in the commentary. That's why. Okay. It's like, why do you keep talking about TSO?
Yeah.
So it's Savatage.
That's the story.
But they changed themselves to be the Trans-Siberian Orchestra, with a story written by Paul, of course, tying all the songs together. The name of the album was Christmas Eve and Other Stories. The album tells a different story than Dead Winter Dead, but the two stories intersect briefly for this song when an angel, the main character of Christmas Eve and Other Stories, flies over the city of Sarajevo, witnessing the destruction, and observes the old man playing cello in the city square. According to Jon, Dead Winter Dead released sold around 600,000 copies. Pretty good by Savatage standards. When they released Christmas Eve and Other Stories, they sold millions of records. The writing was on the wall. Savatage's days were numbered. TSO is great, and I've been to more than a few of their shows, but I have to be honest. Watching this thing blow up while seeing my favorite brand disintegrate before my eyes was hard.
Yeah, I bet.
But I can't fault anyone in the band for that. Nobody would have made a different decision. You got one project that you are passionate about that is barely giving everyone a living. Then this other thing comes along and allows everyone to put their kids through school, pay off their mortgage, and save for retirement. That's not something anybody would walk away from. I've made peace with this. I'm not really sure that Jon has, however. Jon has talked about this in recent interviews. He's made it very clear he is angry about the fact that he spent so much time trying to break Savatage, especially after their brother's death, but he's also grateful for the success of TSO, but adds that the fact that he never received a platinum album until TSO and without his brother is a very bitter pill to swallow. All that said, I had a funny story about how this song ended up on this record. This was told by Jon in a radio interview recently. Christmas Eve Sarajevo 1224 was written 100% by Paul O'Neill. During recording of Dead Winter Dead, Paul comes to Jon with a demo. Paul says to Jon, "We need you to put this song on the record." Jon listens to the demo and hates it. But you have to understand that the demo consisted of just string playing Carol on the Bells with some sleigh bells jingling in the background. Jon says to Paul, "There is no way that song is going on a Savatage record." Does that sound like a Savatage song to you, Paul? Paul's reply is, well, no. But you can make it sound like a Savatage song. After some hemming and hollering back and forth, Jon takes the demo. He re-records it, removing the sleigh bells, adds in the drums and guitars, and voila!
What?
Instant radio hit. Jon says that even after he had rearranged the song, he wasn't crazy about the idea of including the song on the record. In the end, Paul bribed Jon with $15,000 to put the song onto the record. Probably the best $15K ever spent. R.I.P. Paul. He died in
2007.
2007. Rest in peace.
2017.
17. Rest in peace to the homie. Here we go, you guys. Shout out to Kellen Drouse and the rest of them. You just got Mega Evil on your asses.
Oh, I thought I just put on my headphones, so now I'm getting the music, so I felt like we were in a jazz bar.
Oh, yeah? Yeah. I mean,
wait,
let's explore different colors, for God's sake. Here we go. Christmas Eve in Sarajevo. Let's do it.
Vibe, right?
Feeling it. Feeling it. They were not going to do this song.
gosh.
The only thing I'm confused about is what were those lyrics? What were those lyrics then? So that's One Child here, and then Christmas Eve, Sarajevo 1224.
So it's just the instrumental, and then there's the thing to read. The
Yeah,
old
but-
man has been returning every night since November, playing his music. Oh, we already read this. No.
Yeah, and then it's got. Did I pick an instrumental one? Did I pick the wrong one?
You picked it?
Well, because remember we hadn't downloaded these, right?
Oh,
So
shit.
this is
No,
why-
you used his link, though.
Yeah, I just want to make sure I used the right one. 'Cause this
Oh, my
one,
word. What a great
this
sound,
one didn't
though.
have any lyrics.
I'll tell you what. Christmas time, we're pulling this one out. Don't
Agreed.
forget this.
Yeah, Christmas music is some of the really.
Some of the best.
It really is. It really
What
is.
a big sound. Like, they just kept it so majestic. Like, I love it. And I like that it's, because Christmas music can have like this sort of dated, sort of sweet sound, like you think older people.
Mm-hmm.
But this
sure.
one, the way that they put the metal into it, it felt like it was like a very relevant sort of Christmas song that I think a lot more people could appreciate, because you still had the like great sounding orchestra in there that made it sound like the festival, like the festivities of Christmas. But at the same time, it had the heaviness of the metal. It was just nice.
Well, Christmas is supposed to be both. It's supposed to be heavy and
Right.
joyous at the same time.
Correct.
But,
Right.
Yeah, I think metal is probably the best musical genre suited for Christmas music. Just the guitar as an instrument is just so powerful, especially the electric version of the guitar. It's such a powerful and diverse instrument, and there's just so many things that you can do about it. The violin and a cello, to a degree, is limited. Like,
Yeah. Yeah.
Like there's. Like, when a violin is playing, the violin is playing. There's a lot of things you can do with guitar to where it's like
Right.
sometimes you think
Right.
guitar is
Right.
like my brother was convinced that Korn had a keyboardist during the whole "Falling Away from Me" era,
Mhm.
because Head was doing like the do
Yeah.
for "Falling Away from
Yeah.
Me." Now you and
That's
I
on
both
a
know.
bass?
No, that's on his
Oh,
guitar.
that's-
It's
you
just a
said Head,
setting.
yeah.
It's a setting.
Right.
You
right.
know how just
Yeah.
whatever. It's a setting on guitar that you tweak a little thing here and there, and it sounds like you're doing keys of a. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm just talking about the versatility
Yeah.
of the instrument of guitar, especially in the metal genre. Like, it just seems to me to be the genre of music best suited for Christmas type instrumentals, because it's just so crazy. The funniest thing about theater shows was they were attended primarily by season ticket holders. They had no idea how a rock show went. Yeah, I can imagine that. They did a orchestral version of Biggie stuff, because it was like the 25th anniversary of his death or something like that.
Uh-huh.
And like, it was
Ryan, sit down.
it was cool. It was very cool, but I mean, it wasn't like if like a metal band
Yeah.
were to do it. Like, just metal is it's just a different level of musicianship, in my opinion. There is a stream tomorrow at 9 p.m. EST. Many times I watch Chris Caffrey run back out to the stage to keep those people from leaving before the encore. Okay. That, I bet you anything, must have been a really, really fun experience. Mojo, have you seen this song performed live? I mean, they must do it live. But I don't know if they do it live, because, like, I mean, would you do that in the middle of August? Like, would you play a Christmas song in the middle of August? Like, I don't know how that works. Is that one of those things where you're like, yo, we should do this song, like, every time we play? Or is that a song that happens, like, every time, it's a Christmas season? I'm not sure. But, dang, this was such a crazy song. They do it at every TSO show twice. Twice? I mean, it's only 3.5 minutes long, which this is the second time that this band has done a song And I'm like, the only thing that's kind of like a demerit is it's too short. Because this one was, again, like 3.5 minutes long. Like, I would have loved to
But it
just...
didn't. But it felt so full.
Agree.
Like, I feel like if they would have doubled it, I don't know. Like, I felt like that they completed it. It was so good.
I do think it's odd that there are lyrics to the song in like the liner notes, but there are no lyrics in the official song. So like those lyrics that I put up there on the screen came from, remember the inner album art? You could see the liner notes. So that was there like in the liner notes, but for some reason.
Yeah, but to me it reminds me of the name is, I think it's Savatage.
Savatage, yeah.
When we did, was that the one like in the city?
Oh shit. They only tour at Christmas.
Oh my gosh.
So that's why they do it twice. I mean, think of it, they're the Trans-Siberian Orchestra, so it would make sense that they only work at Christmas. Which is pretty fun, I think. Like, you basically have summer off, and then, so you'd be like going on tour now. See what I'm saying? For 3 months.
Yeah.
And then you're done for, that sounds pretty good.
I like
They have 2 touring companies, so they can cover the entire USA. Holy shit. This is a really, really good song, man. It was really good. I'm not
it's
saying...
coming out at Christmas time for sure.
I'm not saying that the lyrics would have made it better. I just thought it was interesting. I don't know if vocals on this would have made it better. I'm not sure. I just wanted more of it, man.
Me too.
These guys...
Well, he said it became part of a whole Christmas album.
Yeah,
So-
yeah. Like it's like that's the thing about like the industry is crazy. Like they had to like completely re-image themselves, repack. It's the same song. It was the same genius before, but the packaging. It's just one of those things where it's like, call it selling out, call it whatever you want. It's young people who are actual geniuses who actually know what the hell they're doing, going to executives who also know what they're doing on the executive side, but now these two things are coming in a conflict, and so they have to jump through these ridiculous hoops. And then you get a guy like Mojo who's like completely devoted to the band. This is what the big like CEO people don't understand, like the devotion that a metalhead has to the band as the band. Like we enter, it's weird, I understand, but like we're entering into a relationship with this band and with these people and what they believe in, whatever you want to call it. That band has to reorganize, re-image themselves, do all kind of crazy whatever, because this CEO who spent 15 years in college for how to turn $1 into $50. He's an expert at that. This guy has no freaking clue what it means that this band had to do all this to the people that are listening. They have no freaking clue. So it's like, I understand on our side, like we don't understand like the intricacies of the behind the scene business elements, and like we don't know like all the backdoor bullshit that has to happen for us to be able to get the music from our favorite artists. So to that perspective, like I appreciate those people, but damn, we almost missed out. Like, what else have we missed?
So crazy.
You hear a song like this, right? You're like, okay, so there's no Mojo around. We never hear this song. Like, oh, it's just
or
a crazy girl.
Or the homie that paid $15,000 to get this on the album.
Right. That's it. That's the other. But that's the thing that happens too. Is like sometimes you'll write something and you're like, oh, it's the baddest song of all time, and then after a while you're like, nah, it's not that good. Like that's one of the reasons like I really want to release our shit, because I'm like, oh man, that part right there is crazy.
It is.
And I'm like, you wrote it, so how could you? You know what I'm saying? It's not like you're the, anyway. All right, guys.
I really
this
enjoyed
song's
this
a 10
one.
for
For
me.
me
I'm
as well.
sorry.
Same thing.
Mojo's
It's a
a
10.
bit of a long review and stuff like that, especially
It's a 10.
considering there were no lyrics. Sorry for the long review, but yeah.
Yeah, it was a 10 for sure. No two ways
Kai
about it.
says an all-star group of Finnish metal vocalists tours every December singing traditional Finnish Christmas carols in metal style. That has got to be on our bucket list. Can you imagine
That would be crazy.
being there with Cal after we did some sort of sleepover in a Finnish forest or something like that?
Yeah.
We do some sleepover in the fish
Oh, that'd be
forest.
so fun.
I'll take my 30-30 with me. Maybe we'll take 275.
Yeah,
I'll
but
have
this is going to be
275.
wintertime, so we got to make sure that there's something to keep us warm.
Yeah, I mean, I figured you and Kai would cover
We
that.
figure out something.
I'll bring the weapons. I'll bring the weapons, and you know,
Ryan, please help him.
if a bear makes a mistake, that's the last mistake you'll ever make.
Shout out
Huh?
to the bear.
That rhymes. If the bear makes a mistake, that'll be the last mistake the
Make.
bear ever makes. Okay? Don't call me Ricky, but you'll end up in the lake. Gang. It's a 10 for me.
It's a 10 for me as well. 10, 10,
It's a 10.
All
And
right, we'll be
shall-
right back.
We will be right back. We have the culmination of this incredible freaking record. Here we go, guys. Savatage is the name of the band. Mojo's the name of the DJ. You know what it is. Vin and Sorry. We shall return. I'm Vin.
I'm sorry.
If you would like to get your song reviewed, dear listener, there's the filthy capitalist option. As Sorry says, 125 gets you straight to the head of the line. You don't have to be a part of the alliance. You don't have to be part of the group.
Wait a minute.
And the biggest thing is you don't have to wait. You hop, skip, and jump right in front of everybody. 125 gets you there. You do that 3 times, and you get matched down to the $75 rate for perpetuity.
Yes!
Also, there is a band review option. So if you've got a band and you're trying to get your band some exposure, hit me up at itsorry@gmail.com, and I'll show you the details about how to pull
You
that
can
off.
also jump on Patreon, and there is a option on the tiers to be able to get your band reviewed. Obviously, we can't lie to you, so we can't guarantee,
Can't
a
guarantee
positive
you
review.
A positive review.
Get what you get.
It's just rubbish.
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 That's British for garbage.
My favorite is the community option. $1 at the gate gets you in at Patreon. You get to join an alliance. The alliance joins their points together, and that helps determine what songs that we do.
The alliances hang out on Discord,
Message me on Patreon to get the link.
and they do all kinds of other cool things. They do Minecraft, Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. It's really a community within the community. Anybody can go in the village. Facebook.com/Vin and Sorry. There's 1,000 people on the channel. What's cool about the Discord is that it offers a real opportunity for community connection, friendship, that type of thing.
And it's on Discord, so if you're not a Facebook person, it's for you.
You start off at $1.
Right.
Plus you get exclusives. Sorry and I are working on a song. So the first 15 seconds of that was on Patreon. Also at $15 tier and above, when we actually debut the video, they're going to be there live with us. There you are, dear listener.
Bar merch. What was that in the country?
And a child shall lead them to buy our merch. Vinny will be back. In the meantime, you can hang out with the 3 of us. What's going on in your hair? Anyway, Savatage stream going on.
Hello.
This one's Orion. This one's Seneca.
Yes, I am Orion.
Reza, come say hi to the people. Okay. Hurry. Daddy's on the way back. Come here. Come over and say hi to the people. Come here.
Look at that phone. Look at that
Come this
phone
way, come this way.
there.
Come right this way.
Look at the phone.
There. Say hi.
Hi.
All right. Have you been listening to the music? Did you like it or no?
I want again.
You want it again?
Yeah.
So you like it then?
I want to see it again.
You do? Well, there's one more song that you're gonna hear when we play it, so you'll be hearing one more.
And then it's over.
Yeah. But there's still a whole song.
More and more and more and more and more.
You like the songs?
Yeah.
All right. Okay, hop to bed. Whoops. Bye, honey. Here, babe. Don't touch him.
Let's go.
He's smiling at you. Aw. Reach for him, babe. He's too heavy. All right. All right. Thank you, Middle. I'm always like, I feel like they're messing with our vibe, you know? It's almost like there's a mob of children. We're in a metal show, but whatever. All right. Everybody's saying hi to you guys. Have a good night's rest and to be quiet. They said for you guys to be quiet.
Did they finally get some
No, they
support?
didn't.
No.
I lied.
You lied. About to say.
I thought maybe they'll listen to the people.
Ridiculous.
All right. Last song. Yeah, Kellendross. Vinny really wanted the name Orion when we saw Behemoth playing. And he was like, oh, we should do the name Orion. I was like, no, I'm not doing the name Orion. And then he comes to me with these Bible verses, paints a very, very good case that way. And that was what made me switch my mind on it. Now, I can't even imagine him to have any other name.
See?
No, I love the name, but...
See?
Yeah.
Orion.
And you know what? It's always pretty interesting people that are like, ooh, the name Orion.
Mm-hmm. All right, guys, here we go. The last song in our journey with the band Savatage. Let's see what our DJ Mojo has to say.
Yeah, it's the last song on the album, so let's check it out.
Not What You See is the name of the record. Here is what...
No, the name of the song.
The song.
Well, listening to the old man's Christmas Eve performance, the music suddenly and abruptly stops. Fearing the worst, don't say it. So Jon. Did that do it right?
Yeah, So Jon, yeah.
So Jon and Katrina both make their way through no man's land to the city square, arriving at the square at the exact same moment. Instinctively, they both know that they are there for the same reason and do not start shooting at each other. Together, they slowly walk to the fountain. Their worst fears are realized as they find the old man dead, his cello in pieces by the side atop of the rubble of the mountain. A single drop of liquid falls from a cloudless sky, washing some blood off the old man's cheek. Sarjan looks up, but all he sees is the stony face of the gargoyle staring down at him from high above. Sarjan decides this is the night. He's done, and he's going to flee the city and put his senseless war behind him. He pleads with Katrina to come with him, but all she sees is the uniform or her sworn enemy. Does he win her over? You decide. Wait, so we don't have an answer? We don't have an answer.
Well, you decide. That's the answer.
Do I decide if I want them to go?
Well,
is there another album?
We're going to listen to this record.
Oh, you mean there might be an answer at the end of the song, is what you're saying.
We're going to listen to this record.
Okay,
Savatage,
let's do it.
Not What You See.
Not What You See.
Here's Soraya asking me for the answers to the test before we take it. Here we go.
I was just trying to understand what was going on.
So short it can't turn around. You can't spend your life living underground. Fall from above, you don't hear a sound. And I'm out here waiting. I don't understand what you want me to be. It's the dark you're hating. It's not who I am, but I know that it's all that you see. No life so short that it never learns. No flame so small that it never burns. No page so sure that it never turns. And I'm out here waiting. I don't understand what you want me to be. It's the dark you're hating. It's not who I am, but I know that it's all that you see. Can you live your life in a day, putting every moment in play? Never hear a word that they say as the wheels go around. Tell me if you win, would it show? In 1,000 years, who would know? As a million lives come and go on this same piece of ground. Can you live your life in a day, putting every moment about you. Don't you ever look about you. Wondering where we might go. You're so far away now. Tokyo, Berlin, and Moscow. Only dream from here and somehow one day that day we will. I don't understand. I don't understand about you. I don't understand about you. I don't understand. I don't understand. So far away now. Tokyo, Berlin, and Moscow. I don't understand. That's all I don't understand. I see. I swear on tomorrow if you take this chance. Our lives are this moment, the music, the dance. And here in this labyrinth of lost mysteries, I close my eyes on this night, and you're all that I see. You're all that I
What? Oh my word. What? I mean,
That was
get out of
yeah,
here.
it'd be like a triumph of the human
Yeah,
spirit
yeah,
or
yeah,
whatever.
yeah.
You know, they be doing about movies and shit. Like that's one of those. I would say that
That
the
was
end
incredible.
of this record. The end of
That
this
was
record
incredible.
was like the triumph of the human
I
spirit.
really don't know which one I like better, the first or the last.
Fantastic
They
guitar on that
just
track.
bookended this album so well.
It's
Wow.
It's like I said, man. Like
Oh my gosh.
we caught these guys at a very, specific moment in time in their life cycle where they had something to prove as guitarists, and they absolutely proved it. Whether or not they
Unbelievable.
needed to prove it is irrelevant.
Unbelievable.
They believed it at the time, and they clearly went out on a mission. And the crazy thing is like, I say this all the time. Like the first solo that I, introduced to the public was, it was like a million notes. Like what you guys saw in that little solo is like the pinnacle of what I could do. Like, but my point is like that happens to a lot of, not to say young guitarists, but yeah, a lot of young guitarists. It's kind of like you kind of get to this next level and you're better than yourself. Like I know I'm a better guitarist than I've ever been in my life right now.
Yeah.
Because like my entire life is actual music. Like that's what I do for work is music. So like it's a pretty crazy gig when you really think about it. But like I know what I'm capable of doing. So I just basically maxed out my capabilities. My point is, when you got a bunch of young people who are really good, especially at an instrument, this record could have ran the danger of being too guitar heavy, too much
absolutely
scale work, too much Yngwie Malmsteen.
It's so true because
too much You know what I'm
Mojo,
saying?
when you were first saying at the beginning that they then kind of basically forced them into having two guitarists,
Right.
I understood that you felt, one way about it or whatever, but I was kind of like thinking to myself, like, I don't know, man. I don't know if that's going to ruin the album. But obviously you like it. That's why you're having us review it. So, but I wasn't sure if I was going to have the same point of view as you. I kind of thought, because I always kind of feel like every song is basically guitar driven and that, sometimes it's vocal driven. But I feel like a lot of times it is guitar driven. To have two guitars in there, I just wasn't really sure where we were going to go. But it was just...
Especially, again, it's like prove yourself. It's like you tell a guitarist to prove himself.
Yeah.
It's like a wide receiver. A wide receiver is going to call a pass every play. If they could. You see what I'm saying? Like, of course they're going to call a play that features them.
Yeah.
So, like... It's like, okay, now we're going to have you prove that you deserve to be known as like a top tier guitarist. Well, I'm going to go crazy.
Yeah.
And you guys are going to... But they didn't. They didn't go overboard. I didn't think they went overboard in any of the songs. Even this one, the solo was excellent, especially toward the end. But he had such a good instinct. Like, look, this is a ballady type of song. Nobody, I can still showcase the range because he did. There's some sweeps and all the rest of it. But, like, he still kept it within the song. He didn't make the guitar outstrip the song. But understanding when you're doing a concept record, because it's like the third or fourth concept record we went through. When you do a concept record, that last song is so important because it's the final chapter and everybody's expecting you to summate the whole thing and all that. And then you have to take all the themes from the record, reflect them in the lyrics and the soundscape. It's got to have continuity. It's got to be fresh. It's extremely difficult to do.
They nailed it.
And they
literally nailed it.
And to hit on every single song with all that pressure / tragedy. I don't know where the timeline is, but
this is incredible.
I have a very high level of respect.
Yeah,
for this
mad respect.
And
sure.
Mojo.
For
It's
sure.
kind of weird. Like, Mojo's not in the band, but like...
No, but
to
he
pick
has
a
a
record-
palette to appreciate
to pick a
it.
record like this, I
Just
go,
so happens we also appreciate it. So, you don't like if you see a musical and they start singing and dancing and like sometimes you're like, yo, please, right?
Right.
And then there are other times where you're like, whoa, and you like lean in. You want to see it, you want to hear it, you're with it. But like that to me is like that's this album. I am gonna stop and lean in. I want to see, I want to hear, I want to experience the whole thing, and they had me start to finish on it. I never hit a point where I was like outside of the music. I felt like the music just opened up and pulled us all into it. And I don't think that music always does that. Like sometimes I think that music feels more like exclusionary, and it feels like you're struggling to get into it, or you have to have like a certain. I felt like that this opened up to a lot of people. Yep, it was metal, but I feel like
if I was a metal ambassador,
yeah,
this is a band I would introduce you to.
Yes.
Right? Because they start off very accessible, but the deeper you go into the record, there's some signature metal moments in there
just so good.
that can turn you into a metalhead.
Mm-hmm.
The completeness of this band. When I say complete, it's like there were a couple times when we talked about the drummer. Even like go back and look. We've done literally thousands of videos. I can count on one hand where you initiate the conversation about the drummer.
Right.
But everybody in this band was just turned on, and like I said, we caught them in a moment of time where they were just on. They were just clicking. You know what I'm saying? Like,
so this is the
amazing.
last one before the breakup?
No, I don't think this is the one before the breakup, but this was where, he had to take the guitar duties, he had to play himself.
That's just so wild.
Yeah,
Unbelievable. It's so good.
Gotta play Christmas Eve one more time, twice per show. I agree, actually, with that. We will peace out with the Christmas Eve song. And then we will be out of here. What did you rate this last song?
That was like so weird. When I read the comment, how confused I was by her comment. Amy, I thought she was telling you when you guys start playing, you're gonna have to play twice on Christmas. I don't even know why I thought.
Oh, I thought she was saying we're gonna play it again. I would have, but yeah, okay.
No, she might have been saying what you were saying, that she wants you to play it again on the outro, which I think was a cool way to do it. So yeah, I mean,
this particular song is a 9.9 for me. The record.
What? Why wasn't it a 10?
I already handed out a 10.
That shouldn't tell you what you're gonna do with this song.
Say your score.
Well, the thing is, I'm toggling between a 10 and 11. Check out TSO show. They will be touring soon.
And it's family friendly. Man, I don't want family friendly if I'm going to a show. You hear that shit? Why would I? No. I'd like you to come. I definitely don't want any of them people coming with us, bro.
It's nothing but work.
If
I saw
you
this
come,
thing that was like,
I'll definitely go. I'll fit your ticket, my boy.
The guy was
if
like, parenting is definitely like, it's so rewarding. And then he like stops, and then he turns back. He's like, but it's only for the strong. I was like, word. You start hearing all that crying. Anyway, yeah, to me, I'm going to go with a 10.5. It was so good. I think it was the perfect ending. I just don't think it could have been improved upon. I just was invited into the sound. I was invited into the visuals that I got while I was listening to it. Like, it was so full sounding and so full feeling. I just loved it. Really, really loved it. And I think that this one had something familiar about it as well, that I was like, that's something there that's familiar. I could play both of those two last songs back to back.
This thing says I've been going for 4.5 hours.
I know, that's crazy, right?
Do you really feel like it's been 4.5 hours?
No, it doesn't feel like 4.5 hours at all.
Like, you know,
okay,
talk about that with the UFOs. They talk about people like losing time and shit like that.
Yeah.
This would be definitely one of them for sure.
Mm-hmm.
For sure.
I would say it was like maybe like 2 hours and 15 minutes we've been here.
Every single one of those 15 minutes. Yeah, like, that's as much as I would say. But it definitely did not seem like that. That's the insane. Like, the only thing I can say about this band is that I wish the songs were a little bit longer.
See, I didn't feel that way. I felt like that they just kept everything where it should be. And then remember how, like, you know, you said, like, you didn't feel like that they, like, overshot or something. You know, like, when people don't have the skill to do, and then you're like, that was really pretentious. Right. Like, what they set out to do, I felt like that they had all the capabilities of making that happen, and they nailed it.
It's a great way to... I love stories that end where you have to fill in the blanks. Because it doesn't tell us what they do. What decisions they make. Like... Yeah. He kind of leaves it as a cliffhanger, and then you gotta kind of fill in the blanks. And the other thing about this is, like, okay, the Romeo and Juliet is a solid time-tested motif, and it's been repeated a bunch of times. But I do think that for this particular episode in human history, I am so surprised that there are not movies and things like that, like this, about this conflict. Because like I said, for whatever reason, it was just really dominating. I mean, literally, I remember coming home from school, and it was either Sarajevo or they were talking about Michael Jordan on ESPN and the Jerry Springer Show. I remember that from that specific segment of the timeline in my life. And, like, every day, Sarajevo, like, it's... And then it just, like, we moved on from, like, I think Lewinsky was the next thing, and then the Lewinsky thing just blew that shit out the water. Nobody cared anymore. But, yeah, man, like, that's why I'm, like, tripping so hard on this record, because it was, like, it really brought me back to that time period of being, I remember, like, sitting on the couch, because that was when we left the TV on 24/7. I was always the first one home from school. Because Junior was out with his friends or whatever, and then Mom would had this thing where she would come out of work and pick up Jamie and then swing by. So I always had like an hour and a half by myself in the apartment. I'd come home every day and I had the basketball in my hand, and I'd sit there and the news would always be on. And then when the news was over, Jerry Springer jumped on. But like the entire time in Sarajevo, I just remember this girl in this pink jacket, snot in her nose, all types of shit. It was like a crazy scene. But anyway, my point is, throughout the entire listening session, I'm seeing this girl with the jacket, you know? Yeah. And I'm wondering, like, what happened to her? And then throughout the song, throughout the record, you kind of pretend that the girl, Katrina, whatever her name is, like, was the girl. See what I'm saying? Like that. So that was like what was
How
going on.
old was the girl?
She was young.
Like a
Way too. She was like a child. She was a child to me.
yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And I
But
was
you could
like,
still fast forward it because then like when
Right.
the record comes out.
I
yeah,
just
that's
put
what
her in that timeline
Yeah,
because
yeah.
like the timeline was so
Crazy.
crazy to me. So that's why it was like so impactful to me, you know, because it was a little bit of a nostalgia thing and also a damn, whatever happened to Shorty? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like when you
Yeah.
sit and listen to a record and the record takes you there and like really brings you in, and then like the beautiful aspects of human nature, like, yo, this dude is playing music in the midst of this kind of crazy rubble, you know, like, and to know that was actually based on a real life guy.
That's
Like, so like metal and like even within metal music, stringed instruments is even in the universe of this thing, music was still the centerpiece, particularly
true,
a stringed
yeah.
instrument.
yeah.
It's just incredible. It's incredible. Like, we don't understand like the gift that we have of music and how amazing music is. And we can't, even when we're pretending, we cannot imagine a world where music doesn't have this amazing sort of universal power. Math and music seem to be the only universal languages where it doesn't matter. You could have brought somebody back from 4,000 years ago. If they would have heard some of this shit, they would have said you were the gods coming down from. It doesn't matter. Like, it just seems so universal to me. I'm rambling, but yeah, that's kind of where I'm at with it. If you want blanks, you'd probably like Wake of Magellan. Lots of blanks in that story, right? Where you gotta kind of fill it in yourself. You know. Anyway. I love the record. I enjoyed this record a whole lot. And I'm serious. Like, you could take his summaries with some of the liner notes, and the kids will have
100%. Yeah.
will have a real world kind of understanding of what happened and the human cost of all that shit. Like, it's just an incredible time. It's an incredible time. Thank you so much, though, Mojo. For real. 3 cheers for Mojo. What a freaking
Yeah, it was a good
and
album.
honestly,
Such a
like,
good one.
shout out to Mojo for doing the work. Like I'm not. I don't want to look. We are praising Mojo right now. We're not putting it on anybody.
Right.
The historical background and context and stuff is fucking. I love it. I just love it. It just brings it to another level. And he invested a lot of time and energy and effort. And I just want to recognize that.
100%.
Obviously,
100%.
Revo does the same thing.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean that any other DJ has to do what Revo or what Mojo's doing. Like, everybody's their own person, but I just did want to recognize that because I know that's a lot of hard work.
Yeah.
And so it's like we were saying during the Alliance stream that we had. I'm glad that someone is able to reward the Alliance leaders because you guys do a lot to make this community work. Shout out to you, Kai.
Yep.
If I was to ever make an argument for the divine inspiration of man, it'd be 100%, incontrovertibly factual.
Yeah.
It's incontrovertible.
Yeah.
You know, it's incredible. Shout out to the big homie Mojo. Hey guys, tomorrow for the first ever
Battle of the Sexes
stream. Battle of the Bands. We're gonna have
so Canada Rocks,
Canada
and
Rocks
Forever are gonna
one
battle.
of the newest villagers, cool dude, redeemed the entire country of Canada for me. And then there's Amy Lee. Y'all know what it is. That's my little sister from she's my sister from another mister. Shout out to Amy. Look, I am absolutely biased, but I can be converted. So we're gonna give you a shot. This is gonna be the first of a couple new things and new directions that the channel is going. I'm here for it. You guys saw DJ Nick in here. He's gonna bring about a little difference of a thing. It's gonna be fun, guys. We're in really good shape. Shout out to Hunter. Shout out to...
So it's gonna be a battle of the sexes.
Yeah.
But like Vin and I are gonna rate the songs, but it's not just our ratings that go into the final score.
Right.
We're actually gonna be we're gonna put up a poll during the song.
You guys,
and you guys are gonna decide during the 2 songs the poll is gonna be running.
You gotta interact.
And you guys have to choose which one you think is better, and then that's gonna help up the scores for whoever the winners are. So
No pressure.
it's going to be fun because there's
No
going to be
pressure,
all of us
Canada.
involved.
No
in
pressure, Canada.
I
rocks.
know, Canada. I mean, he has more of a selection though, I think. So he's got an advantage because she has to pick female artists, to my understanding. So there's a lot more content out there for him. So
Yeah, but you know how smart Amy is. She's gonna come up with some shit. I don't know. It's
all
gonna
right,
be
be
interesting.
here if you want to be a part of it. Get ready to vote. I don't know if you have to subscribe to the channel to be able to vote or not.
After the songs are played is when the votes are gonna happen. I'm actually gonna meet a little bit early with Amy just so that we have a clear understanding of how that shit's gonna go.
She
So
sent
we
a
can
whole email that's got all the
pull it off.
information. I just haven't looked at it
Yeah,
yet.
that's why I said I need to talk to her tomorrow.
Mhm.
Because we're not as smart as you, Amy. All right, here we go, guys. Much love to all you beautiful people. We're getting the hell out of here. Much love to the big homie Mojo.
Shout out to
We're gonna see you guys
Mojo.
tomorrow for the Battle of Bands. Gives peace a chance, just not tomorrow. Vin out.
Sorry.